Hello, Edward. It's Friday already. Feels like a Thursday. Actually, to me, it feels like a Saturday. I have Fridays off, but normally I'm kind of used, or every other Friday off, and that was my off Friday yesterday, which is kind of normal. But we had a bunch of horse nerds in town and had a bonfire last night, and it just felt more like a weekend than it did a normal night. So I'm thrown off in the direction that's probably the better to feel like you're thrown off into. Like you think you're further into the weekend, then you realize you're not. Extra weekend hack. Let's do stuff. Actually, we have to help a friend move tomorrow, and it's going to be like 95 and I think humid. I'm actually not sure. They have like severe weather warning somethings starting at noon, but we're starting at 10, so like hopefully we can get a good amount done. Yeah, we're starting at 10. It's going to be 87 when we start. Oh. But what is the humidity talking? That's what I'm curious about. 90 is rough, but if it's 90 and dry, it's not bad, but I have a feeling it's going to not be. 90 and 54%, so it's not going to be dry. Oh boy. That'll be fun. I'm gonna go get a booze. Back in a sec. I'm back with booze. Sounds terrible. The weather's already sweating for you before you're even sweating. Well, thankfully, like there's kind of two ways people can help you pack, and dealt with both. And thankfully, this person's doing it right. Everything's already be boxed up in a garage. We're just the labor to get it moved over in like one day. If everything's pre-packed and all you're doing is moving the truck and then moving into house, you can usually be done within like a couple hours, depending. It's travel time that's more of the time waster. I think there's one day that me and my sister were both moving into an apartment together, and I was moving out of an apartment, and she had originally moved out into storage, and she was living in the apartment with us for a couple weeks, and so when we went to move there, it was like one day we had to get everything moved from my apartment to the new apartment, empty the truck, then go to the storage, fill that up, and then go back and do it. I think we were done in like 4 or 5 hours. It was crazy how fast we were because everything was packed up and everything was ready to go. So that helps a lot. So hopefully, if everything's prepped and ready, then it should be pretty quick. It's just when it's hot and steamy, having a trucks are already hot and steamy. It's gonna be. I'm planning to fill my water bottle up with like ice water, and think I'm gonna just put some bottles of water in the freezer. Just make ice. Just so then you have them. They'll melt real quick enough, but then they'll stay at least cold for a while. And I'm trying something a little different. So last time we did 2K30, I wanted to see how 2K60 would work on stream. So normally I don't like going above 1080 30, but with the bitrate increase, I thought, let's try. From what I can tell, there is no bitrate increase when you go from 30 to 60 for FPS, which has me concerned for people that would stream at that, because that bitrate is way low for what 2K, even for H.265. Like, hold on. H.265 2K60 recommended bitrate. A bitrate range of 15 to 25 is sufficient, but I'm thinking they're only giving like half of that. So we'll see. Essentially, this is kind of a best case scenario though, because when an interface doesn't move much, it means the bitrate can be dedicated to other parts of the screen, which is fine then. But I think for gaming, that would be absolutely horrid. Hello, Matt. I think if it ends up being that it looks choppy, like, just let me know if like it gets I don't know what you'd want to call it. Is there a term for when bitrate is it artifacting? I don't think that. There's probably a different term for it. But if it starts doing like weirdness because of the bitrate's not high enough, I'll swap it back to 30 FPS. The storage unit I moved my stuff into last week is a mess. We just tossed everything in. As long as it's in boxes and stuff, it's fine. Like Michael's had the story of, you go to help somebody move, and when you get there, nothing's in boxes. They're like, okay, just open up the cabinets and start putting things in boxes. Like, no, you should have put everything in boxes. People are not there to tear your house apart. They're there to be the labor to get it into a truck and off the truck.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, it's just, that is common courtesy.
It is,
because you're taking a bunch of people's time, and their time. What you're saying there is, my time is worth more than your time, so now you guys have to do all this effort for me because I don't want to put the time in myself.
Yeah.
No. You should put all that effort in prior.
But
most stuff is in boxes, but some of the pans and cutting boards are still out. I know those can be awkward.
Knowing the individual, it was probably to be expected.
Yeah. We had the benefit of, I think when we were moving to here, I had stored up lots of extra like paper, like from mail and stuff, and newspaper type stuff. And I think my parents brought a bunch. Just newspapers are great because they're recyclable. So once you're done, you can just recycle them, and you can just shove them in boxes to just take up dead air. And then you have plenty of, you can put a bunch of pans and stuff, and then you don't have to worry about it like banging around. Just tons of paper. We burned through so much paper. But it was all like paper that, we didn't buy the paper. It was just recycled paper that we recycled afterwards.
When I moved here, when I got everything onto the truck and clearing out my house of all the stuff I didn't need, nobody helped. It was all.
Yeah, but you don't have friends.
I didn't have friends back there, no. So it was pretty much.
I was trying to make a joke, and then you're like, yeah.
No, that's like nobody helped. There was nobody to help.
This is my family, we're professional handymen. We often got movie jobs. It got to the point we got sick of it.
Sorry, I can.
You got to look at it. We made little things all over.
What things? Oh.
It just went that way. It got to the point we got sick of it. We started making excuses to avoid those jobs, even for close friends. Moving jobs. Like I was like movie jobs. Yeah, it's I don't mind helping people move. I would rather, and like I've heard people say like moving in the winter's nicer because it's colder.
Yeah,
but
if the roads are good.
There was one time I was helping Jay move, and it was like snowing and it was slushy.
Yeah,
and then you have no footing, and you can't cut through grass then because only the walkways are actually like cleared.
Yeah, and
so you have to go all the way around stuff.
You're driving an unfamiliar vehicle with an unfamiliar weight.
If the main roads are normally going to be fine, it's just. But then, like tomorrow, just sitting in a truck when it's 95 degrees and you're bringing stuff in,
No, it's going to be miserable.
So you bring lots of water and you just dump it on yourself. If you're wet, you're going to be cool.
Have a sprinkler out front.
You can just run through going,
yeah.
Just slip and slide out the windows.
These things attract bees.
Is music playing? Wait, why isn't music open?
Oh, I'm here now, so you can pony.
I know, but I had like music was supposed to be running, and I thought I had opened it. I guess I just messed up.
When those two gonna start smooching?
Because in the past, just me myself moving. Mm-hmm. It's been every 2 to 4 years for the last like however many years. Now I'm pretty sure we're gonna be here for a while, so that's good. We're almost at 3 years now.
Yeah, you've slowly been like undoing a lot of the repair work that the people who were here previously did.
Repair?
Yes, it was.
I would say like I'm correcting their fuck ups.
Yeah, well, they were flippers.
Yeah,
their interest was selling the place, not making it livable.
All right, where are we at in this one?
But I can't fly. I'll just fall right off of here.
Hey, buddy, you're gonna love it. I promise.
I think we're actually not doing lip sync right away. We're doing some keyframing.
But you love
Fly,
lip sync.
I'll just fall right off of here.
I think it's actually mostly done though. I think Scoots is all done.
Hey, buddy.
Let me double check.
Fly, I'll just fall right off. Fly, I'll just fall right off. Fly, I'll just fall right off of here.
Hey, buddy.
I wonder what the next Scoot abuse video is going to be about. I did have the one idea, but I don't think you really were feeling it.
Scootaloo's jumping in like a big blender thing, and it's a 10-hour loop.
I still like the idea of her parents introducing her to her baby sister, and then immediately like running away. They take to the sky because she can't follow.
No. Think of you know the ponies sliding into boxes one.
Yes,
where it's like
adorable.
So it's that, but every time it goes wee, it's Scootaloo jumping in the blender. And it's just like down a conveyor belt.
No, you could just do a Rainbow Factory version.
Yeah, that's what it is.
A lot of different folds.
No,
just
they only have 2 colors in that rainbow, and that's going to be red and orange, or is it purple?
It's a purple.
Purple isn't real.
It's not a real color.
No, all other colors are based on an individual wavelength, but purple isn't.
Yeah.
Purple is us interpreting 2 different wavelengths together.
Sure. It's still purple.
But we created it.
I think the light created it. I don't think we didn't invent
all purple. Light is going to be lots of different wavelengths. It's just purple is specifically crossing, it's getting red and blue opposite ends of the spectrum. And our eyes are also picking it up in opposite ends, but we interpret it as purple.
Well, it's like in a rainbow, right? There's purple in a rainbow.
But a rainbow is just something that we in our head. It's not a real physical thing.
It's a wavelength.
A rainbow is not a wavelength.
Light is wavelength.
Light is wavelength, but purple is not a wavelength.
And rainbows are light.
But purple isn't in a rainbow.
Is it not?
No.
Bring up pictures of rainbows.
No, the spectrum of color will go from the finest wavelength to the widest, right? Mm-hmm. but purple is one from either.
Yeah, so it shouldn't be in a rainbow.
It's just that rainbow's a repeating pattern. So when it starts going to one, the red overcrosses blue, and so we get both those wavelengths, and we see it as purple.
I want to see pictures of rainbows.
No.
That
Oh, you know
rainbow
what?
has
I was
purple
gonna
in
say
her
here,
hair.
picture of rainbow.
Yeah, look at the purple. She got purple in her hair. So it's on her butt.
Because of
Yes,
this,
yes.
we now can scientifically say.
Yes, look closer at her butt. It's for science. Yes, no, that's very scientific.
Where's the purple, Michael?
There's no purple there. Zoom in.
I don't see no purple.
Well, I guess not. We'll have to come back to this later.
Argonauts choose 200
Needs
buck
more
colors. How
study.
many fillies is he ground up? At least 12.
Don't grind the fillies.
That's why purple's interesting to me. It everything else is based on a single wavelength, or at least we can identify it to one. But purple, you can't identify to a single wavelength because it doesn't exist as a single wavelength. There's ultraviolet, but that's not violet. It's just like increasingly deeper blue.
Well, violet is just deep blue, and that's purple.
But ultraviolet and violet. Violet is a color. Ultraviolet is a wavelength.
Yeah.
The name just happens to coincide.
Is violet a color?
Violet?
Yeah.
I think most people define it as a color. Yes.
Because most people also define that as purple.
No. Then why do they have two different names?
Because Crayola exists. They need lots of names with the same
There's no
color.
such thing as red. It's Indian red. Actually, they probably don't call it that anymore.
Probably not.
And this crayon's called Trail of Tears.
Oh, it's a sad crown.
I remember staring at an ultraviolet lamp in a chemistry lab once. It was very pretty and hurt my eyes. Hey, you probably shouldn't do that. It's like this getting like eye sunburn.
You'll love it.
So I think
just fall
rainbow
right
was
off
not
of-
done here.
I'll just
How
fall right off
bouncy her
of
rainbow
it.
tail
Buddy,
is.
you're gonna love it.
Yeah, we're not.
Hey, but hey,
So I think we last time did rainbow, doing like the reach down there, though I'm noticing that this hoof is not staying in place. It's minor, but I want it to be right.
The strawberry one's pretty good.
The cherry one,
That's like this one's lemonade.
this is lemonade.
Is it?
Yes, hard black cherry lemonade.
Okay.
It's just too much cherry.
But that's what you want.
I know, but there's like no lemonade. It's just cherry juice. It just feels like I'm drinking grenadine. Like it's too strong of cherry.
I mean, that cherry juice sounds delicious. So
I mean, it's fine, but Mike's is hard. So is prison. Don't drive drunk.
there you go.
Like, wait, what does that say?
Saying Mike's is hard.
hey, buddy. Hey, buddy, you're gonna love it.
No, thank goodness it's the weekend and I don't have to get up and go anywhere tomorrow. It's gonna be like 95 out and the humidity's gonna be death.
So we're supposed to start at 10. And when at 10 it's 85 or 87 degrees.
Wait, I thought it was supposed to storm tomorrow morning.
No.
Darn.
Why darn? It's got to move.
I mean, if tornadoes were ripping through the city, maybe he'd pause.
Well, or it just would throw the boxes where it needs to go anyway.
Yeah.
I just find the weather funny where Minnesota weather, Saturday's 97 is a high, Sunday's 94, then Monday is 78, Wednesday is 67.
Yeah.
So the high is going to change 25 degrees over a couple days. A lot of rain in the middle of there because that's just how that works too. But
Yeah.
it's just like we just have like even yesterday we went to the bonfire and when I was setting up it was like 87 but then a small front moves through that had a small chance of rain, but nothing ever formed. But in 1 hour, it dropped 9 degrees.
I think
even though it looked perfectly the same, it dropped from 87 to just under 80.
I did think I saw something where Alaska's experiencing its first heat advisory.
Well, it depends. If you're in like southern Alaska,
Like all of Alaska is in a heat advisory.
like you can't. That's a giant state to have a heat advisory across the whole thing.
I want to see. I thought I
Because
saw
southern Alaska is literally like Washington. It's like not that much further north than that.
Yeah.
Because a little tail.
Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. I love it.
Okay.
Hey, buddy.
She's not actually looking at. Or I probably should figure out the position first.
Hey, buddy.
Said,
Hey, buddy.
just making sure that this is the right one. USA Today. No dumb guys.
Hey, buddy.
Oh, except you have to sign in.
I feel like I'm going to keep that as the position and kind of move this one a little bit.
Making it hard, but here you can kind of see what their temperatures are this weekend. That's a heat advisory apparently for Alaska. But
In the center, but like not the whole center. Like it's 42 on the coast.
Yeah. It's weird though that it's like in the center. I guess the ocean keeps it cooler around.
Well, that's why England isn't frozen wasteland.
For temperature from the
It's about the same elevation as Canada, isn't it?
yeah.
But it has the warm water current that rounds the coast of America and then goes straight all the way to there, and that warm water keeps them balanced.
Keeps them warmer.
Yeah. So water is a huge. That's why, like in Minnesota here, we still get pretty high temps, not super high temps, but pretty high temps. But we get freaking cold. Our range is huge because we don't have water to balance our crap. We're just
that frozen mammoth meat that's going to be exposed. Finally,
have you tried
mammoth burger?
Go get a shovel.
Yes, let's go up there.
Maybe there's some in the backyard.
Mammoth. I have to imagine it's probably not the tastiest. A little freezer burned.
Worst move. I forgot the thing Sansa said. Worst moving job resulted in me having to strap a double-sided refrigerator to my freaking back and literally crawl up 2 narrow flights of stairs. That sounds like somebody just didn't have enough help. Like that's yeah. I would have said no, or have somebody help. There's never a time where you should have to do that solo.
Hope he has a dolly.
Almost every time since I moved, in the last many times I moved, I've had family and friends, and I think the one we were moving out of the apartment to the townhome last time, that I actually barely moved anything myself because we had so many people. I was just telling people what to do the whole time, like where to go, what things needed to be going where, because there was just so many people. Everything was just gone. We were done in just a couple hours because it was just I think, was it one of my nephews was, or no, my niece was just watching the elevator. She was just hitting the button, like, and to call the elevator back up after people went back down, because it was that many people we had, and it was great. We were done so quick.
I was hauling a mattress on my back, and he was sitting in a lawn chair, sipping on martinis, wearing a little sun hat, and be like, "Over there." He'd wave at us and take another sip.
Well, yeah. I don't want to get myself overworked.
No, I move most of my own stuff because I'm weird about people touching my things.
buddy.
Also, your stuff is like falling apart.
Well, the first time I moved here,
Yeah,
and we took it out of that thing.
You have boxes that are just, or all of the boxes you loaded, you didn't tape shut. You just folded shut.
Yeah,
On the bottom. So the first box I went to grab.
that's why you shouldn't touch stuff.
Yeah, I went to grab the first one and the bottom just fell out because you filled it with 30 pounds of stuff and it wasn't taped shut.
Yeah,
Like,
hold it proper.
it was folded proper, but you basically
gotta hold
created
it.
a funnel.
It's hard to find good help.
No, it's also never buy boxes because because it's stupid.
I went over to TJ Maxx and got a bunch of boxes.
You did TJ Maxx. We've done other stores. All those places have a ton of them, and they're always just throwing it in their cardboard recycling. So you just walk over there and be like, "Hey, I'm moving. Do you guys have some boxes?" And usually they'll just be like, "Yeah, grab from the pile." Mm-hmm. And you get tons of boxes of various sizes, which can be a little bit rougher to load, but it can be easier to pack because now you can be like, oh, this we don't have too much, or this is a weird item, but now we have a box that fits that one.
The only place to really just get boxes on the regular is U-Haul, and they charge a premium for those boxes.
Also, it's just such a waste. It's cardboard. I mean, there's tons of that everywhere. And yet their boxes, the nice thing is for packing, it just makes it so that you can just go, and if all the boxes are the same size, it's super easy to stack and get anything. I'm a little concerned that if you don't like have boxes overlapping onto another box, that you'll have one stack that could fall because there's nothing holding it together. But still, this stairs were super narrow for the fridge or a dolly. By strapping it on my back, I kept it elevated just enough to carry it an inch above the railings. Actually, it makes me question, why were you moving a fridge? My thought is, was the kitchen on the second story the place that didn't have a fridge?
Sometimes you don't have fridges in places. Sometimes people take their fridge with them.
But most of the times, like if you're going to a rental place, you probably are...
A rental, yeah, it's going to have a fridge.
Yeah, that should have a fridge. And otherwise, if you're getting a new fridge, it's probably that you're already there and they're just replacing the existing fridge. It was a condo on the second floor. Oh, okay, I guess that makes...
their fridge.
Well, yeah, but even then, normally... Like that would come with some stuff.
Well, not necessarily. I mean,
it doesn't have to. It's always based on what's in the contract, and
like if you buy a new fridge and then you move, you want to take that fridge with you.
Though I was talking with my realtor on contract stuff because if you read through like the contracts for buying a place, it normally will list off. There's a default list that says like all these items are to be left in the house as they are part of the house. And I was going into some of the specifics, and they had it called out in there like curtains even. And I was like, curtains? Like, that seems weird. She goes, oh, you would be surprised. Like, she said there was a sale for a place once before. I just realized I did this leg wrong because I have all time selected. And
that would have been baited.
There we go. And the people that were buying the house assumed that the curtains were coming with it, but the people that wrote the contract said that they were going to be taking it with them. So, but the contract did say that the curtains were supposed to be included. So when the people went to go move in, they saw the curtains are gone, and they're like, we really like those curtains. The contract says we should have them. We need them. And it stalled like the whole buying process for like 2 weeks. Because they removed the curtains and they needed those curtains. So the other people, the sellers had to like go and get those curtains back and put them back up. And like, those contracts are pretty particular and stuff, but it's because some people, that's important to them. They want those curtains.
Yeah. They saw the curtains at the house and they were told they were going to be there.
Yeah. Which, I mean, if I'm told it's going to be included, it's important. Normally to me, if something's bolted down, it's included, but curtains aren't a bolted down thing. So I could see that being a gray area, but if it's in the contract, it's in the contract.
All right, Matt, I have to warn you. I never owned an Xbox. I've seen an Xbox turned on maybe twice in my life. We have one out there. I don't think I've ever touched it. So I'm going to have to.
So original Xbox.
No, I've never turned on an Xbox.
I'm saying, so he's talking about the original Xbox startup noise.
Okay, so I'm going to have to like think about what it is. So it's basically a Windows machine, because it's got Bill Gates in it.
It was the early 2000s.
So I'm going to try my best. It's like that. Like, whoom. That was more of the PlayStation. That's what the PlayStation was. It was like, whoom.
So it depends. The newer Xbox is like a shwong. But the old Xbox, technically when you booted it up, it would go to this like bubbling green mass thing that we'd be like before going in any Xbox load because it was like loading the whatever. So like when he says Xbox startup, I'm thinking the
So I need to give you a there. I was a PlayStation guy. I'm sorry, Matt. And then I was very quickly a PC guy.
Yeah, there's this. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Like that's the original Xbox. Oh, and then diddle-doo. Okay.
Diddle-doo.
But that was the original one, so I'm just used to this noise. Oh, is audio even coming through? It is good.
I can totally hear it.
So yeah, like, so it depends. The current one is different than that.
Back in my day, consoles didn't make any noise when you first started them on. They just had the game. There was no splash start screen.
There's the memes I saw where it shows the PlayStation 2 startup, and everybody's like holding off waiting, and then there's the black screen, and then the PlayStation logo comes up. They're like, yeah, because that would be the freeze point where the game wouldn't load.
I just remember when I got
games.
the PlayStation 2, the very first game I had for the PlayStation 2 was Final Fantasy X. And it was pretty cool because the whole logo, the whole startup for the PlayStation 2 was a bunch of glowing orbs that were floating through the air. And
That's the one I'm talking about.
And then freaking Final Fantasy X, their whole opening cinematic involved floating orbs. So it all felt like it was built for that moment. It probably kind of was, because Final Fantasy X was one of the PS2's launch titles.
Hey, buddy.
Which was fun. I enjoyed Final Fantasy X. It was the last one made by Squaresoft before they became Square Enix. I think if you can, if you find a copy of Final Fantasy X that says Squaresoft instead of Square Enix, it's essentially the black label one. The first ones went out were Squaresoft. And then Final Fantasy got kind of crap for a little while. And they made Final Fantasy X-2, which was a sin.
So that I was reading some stuff. So that was because Hironobu Sakaguchi was the one that was the push for like every game's supposed to be a unique story. And when he left, the new guy that was in charge was big on why are we not capitalizing on these IPs we're building? And so that's where their first thought was, let's do as much in 10 as we can. So they had 10-2. They had also two other, essentially 10-3 and 10-4. But they were very short games that were like came packaged with other stuff. And then they did a bunch of other stuff too. Like they tried to push it hard.
No, I mean, they did manage to really capitalize on 7. 7 they've capitalized on time and time again.
Yes, but they didn't. The problem I had with 10 and 10-2 was that 10-2 was on the same medium in the same format, looked the same, where all the ones that came after 7 were very different formats, different consoles, different fight mechanics, different everything, where 10-2 tried to be similar but not. So, but and nowadays it's completely different because it's a whole new everything, but it just, those just felt weird because they were just so alike.
Yeah.
Off of here.
Hey, buddy.
That's okay. I did my best, Matt. I went the blue, 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 blue. I'm pretty sure that's, you know.
Okay, I don't know which, if Matt's talking about the current or the old, because if it's just Xbox, that's technically blah, 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 blah.
I just want Source 2, just so that you can have fuzzy ponies.
Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy.
And then once you have fuzzy ponies, you can give them scritches.
Hey, buddy.
So, Chad, how you gonna spend your weekend? Is it gonna be out in the hot sun moving furniture? Because that's a lot of fun.
I don't know if we'll be in the sun. I don't know if Kyle's current place is sun facing or not. Is it supposed to be? I don't think it's supposed to be shade either. I think it's just sun.
Just beaten down.
Yep. Just the last of the sun, the clouds. It says here, leave when we start.
Of course.
You just got to bring lots of these ice cold alcohol.
Yes, just cool me down with dehydrating alcohol.
Except alcohol technically makes you warmer.
Yeah, but you drink enough of it, you don't care. That's the magic of alcohol. You know, until you pass out.
Hey, buddy.
And then you care for the brief moment before you hit the concrete.
Hey, buddy. Buddy. You're gonna love it.
That should be fine.
You're gonna love it.
I feel like coming here and watching you animate these is like going to a strip club, but all the worst
Hey,
parts.
buddy. You're gonna love it.
Because you want to touch the ponies, but you can't. Right? For different reasons in the strip club, and why you can't touch the ladies. But you can't touch these ponies because they're like stuck in the computer. And I want to pet them, but I can't. So, you know, same thing.
No.
Chad gets it.
You're gonna love it.
Does everybody here want to touch the ponies, but you can't? You don't want to pet a pony.
I don't know about when you're like watching ponies is like going to a strip club.
Yeah, but like all the frustrating parts.
That makes it worse.
How is that worse?
It's okay. So let's word it just the same thing, just in a different way.
Okay.
So it's frustrating because you can't act on your animal urges.
To pet the pony, yeah.
I mean, that works.
That's
in
what
both
happens.
contexts.
If you see a cute puppy, you have to pet it, right?
And so if you're at a strip club and you see a cute stripper,
You got to pet her. But you can't because you're not allowed, as opposed to you can't because it's physically impossible. But still, the frustration's there all the same. Can I see Argo? Why'd you say
you know, I should have thought about that. Thank you, Edward. Uncle Argo doesn't want you to know this, but the only thing you and the cute ponies,
It's the
only
break-
thing between you and the cute ponies is a very breakable monitor string.
So what you're saying, Sir Edward, is I just have to reach in there and get them.
It's like Zoolander. The ponies are in the computer.
Yes, it's gotta break it open, get the ponies out. I believe it true. So here I sit in my torture, but you know, you keep going because ponies. Pink Pony Club. There's no pink ponies on the screen right now. She's like, I will destroy you, child.
That's actually pretty close to what I was hoping. Anyways, what's people got going this weekend? We're helping somebody move, and then we have Stream Sunday. But other than that, I think
It's a lot.
the moving is going to be like a, like I'm tired for the day now.
Well,
type
you're gonna be
thing.
all like sun poisoned and crap. You specifically. Just you
Yeah.
for some reason.
Well, I kind of wish I had a like a fishing cap for stuff like that.
You do.
Do I?
Yeah, it's in on the Rainbow Dash.
No, like the wide brim.
Oh, right.
Because those ones are good for the water. I mean, the water can still bounce it back up at you. But I think I might have one.
I remember my dad, he had to wear one. Like a big brimmed hat. Anytime he went outside.
He had to, or that was his choice?
It was like medically advised.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty nice for if you want to keep the sun off your head.
Yeah. I think some of the medications he was taking was basically making him very susceptible to
Yeah,
sunlight.
Then that would be very much a good idea.
Yeah.
Did he actually listen to that advice?
Yeah, because
Okay.
it would be painful if he didn't.
Oh, well, it's okay. I mean, if the consequences are noticeable, then
Yeah. No, I remember last time he was here, actually, we had to go on a whole thing because he had forgotten his hat. So we had to go find a hat. Been a bit. No rainbow. She's watching you from every angle.
the eyes in the back of your head.
You need to get Giz in here so he can help us think of more Scootaloo videos. Or where we abuse Scootaloo.
If the first video, like the poop mattress, had Scootaloo in it, it would be funny just to do a theme.
Just constantly all about Scootaloo.
You're gonna love it.
He would be happy. He'd go, no. But then deep inside be like, yay, Scootaloos. It's me. Don't tell Nightly, but his stupid horse video with Derpy, it's cool 'cause it's got Derpy in it. But he can never know.
Love it. Hey, buddy. You're gonna love
Like, he probably even liked your Derpy Punch and Nick just because it had Nick in it.
I don't remember what he said.
He wants revenge.
it. Love it.
He just hasn't taken it yet.
You're gonna love it.
Check if there's any pony news.
Pony news?
Yeah, I'm always checking if there's pony news. Last time there was pony news, it was that somebody was like, what ruined My Little Pony was like in a proper newspaper or something. And it's like, oh, that's weird.
New York Times running out of ideas. Love pony news. Whatever happened to horse news? Do they still do?
Yeah, Equestria Daily is still things right there.
No, horse news.
Horse? Oh, no, I think that's long gone.
Well, horse news used to do, like, when drama happened, they would actually, like, they would sometimes definitely focus on a little bit on one side, but they would at least consolidate the information so you knew what the hell the drama was, instead of people just like saying their side and nothing about the other one. So it was kind of actually a decent place to go to figure out, like with the whole stuff that happened with BabsCon, with the concert. It would have been great because you'd be like, oh, what happened? Because I'm not watching this every day to know, and I'm not going to trust the people on any specific side to give me the whole truth.
I kind of forget a lot of the drama until yesterday, where I mentioned one of our mutual friends to one of the people who were here yesterday without thinking, and their mood immediately changed, which I think is a little silly. But
yeah, see, that's what it is. It's people with a specific side, and nothing is ever 100% of one side or another. It's always somewhere in the middle. It could be definitely more towards one side, but I need to get that information, and it's just there was so much like random crap that was floating around that I didn't know what was truth and what wasn't. So that's why I just kind of stayed out of it. If I'm not given the information to make an opinion, I'm not going to have an opinion.
Yeah.
I love it.
Everyone had fun, I think. Kinda.
Promise.
Nothing.
Anyways, horse news. Nah, that's from last year.
I don't really go do Derpy, or not Derpy, Equestria Daily
I'm on
anymore.
the news.
Oh. Yeah, I don't.
For
Equestria
actual
Daily
horse news.
seems to be more of like compilations of stuff now.
Yeah, they're just because they got nothing left to talk about. Everything's there's a comic that comes out, I think, still every once in a while
I'll just
being done, but it's, and I think they're trying to continue the story from G5. They didn't get, which is good that they're getting to do that. I haven't really kept up on them, but I'm glad they're finishing the story through the comics. Because they did have a story to tell.
Promise.
Now the latest news is still the My Little Pony card game that came out. That's like month-old news. See, this is what I don't get. This news story is from earlier this year, and it's about BronyCon. Men attend BronyCon to celebrate My Little Pony.
And when was it written?
Well, it was reposted in January of this year. See?
With WBAL, I mean, who knows where the hell that is?
Yes. I think it was just a repost. I don't know why they reposted it, though.
Just a second, ask what day is it? This is Friday.
He just woke up. You need a normal schedule, Nolan. What if you forget to come visit us?
I promise.
See, this is like the news for My Little Pony right now. It's all stuff happening in China.
Well, you're gonna have to move.
Maybe.
You know, if things get real bad in America, you just can go somewhere else.
That is what they say.
Yeah. Where that else is,
Yeah, it's
you could get a manufacturing job.
if I could live anywhere, it'd probably be the Netherlands. I don't think
they want you.
Probably not.
It depends though,
Seems
because
awfully nice.
I would say with your line of work, probably not. If it was like, if you're a chip manufacturer or something, where you could because there's always that problem with brain drain of like people, like the smart people leaving one country because they're going to another country where they can use their skills to make a lot more money. And America is normally the one to pull that people in, but other countries want that. But so if there's something in the fancy, expensive country that makes you go somewhere else, a lot of countries would want the smart people. But that's what I'm saying. It probably wouldn't work for you then.
Yeah, because I'm just a dummy.
They'd be like, oh no, he likes horse.
You know, no,
We have horses, and that's
I
dangerous.
bet the Netherlands has a pretty hopping horse community. They got like so many pony cons in Europe.
Oh, like My Little Pony stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
Normal schedules are for normies and boring people. Yeah, 9 to 5ers.
They got DerpyCon in like Sweden.
I promise.
No, I'm sure I could find a job, Sir Edward. He's being a butt. Also, probably not moving the.
No, I'm not saying that they don't need those types of positions, but the types of positions that they would be very willing to have people come in and get citizenships for are the people that would be filling in those types of jobs that they probably would normally not have brought to that country. And I'm going to guess like there's a lot of those things that pull people to America it's going to be hard pressed to get those people to go other places.
The Netherlands have a lot of fjords, which which is why they're like 80% green energy. They're the closest to being 100% of any nation.
What I've watched a lot of I think Practical Engineering did a lot of videos that was showing how Netherlands does their control of waterways and stuff.
Yeah.
And it's fascinating.
Yeah.
It's just so crazy complicated. But if they don't do it, you're just kind of screwed. And they had all these other issues, and it's kind of neat. And then they made some immensely fertile land from being able to do that.
It's a really nice place.
But they're also thinking ahead, and it's prepared for rising water levels, and
they are very advanced.
But it's either we spend 50 billion to do this, or over the next however many years we spend 100 or 150 billion on damages.
Yeah, but there's so many countries who would not want to bother with it until it's a problem.
But you have to have that money up front. The only way it's the same
it's called an investment.
Well, it's the same reason that the poor in America stay poor, because they can't plan for the future because they don't have the money to if you can spend 100 now to save $50 later, but you don't have $100, well then you're just going to end up spending and wasting the money.
Sure. There's also other factors to that, but yeah.
Yeah.
I promise.
Why'd they do this? This is what you should not do.
What?
Don't paint the pool
Apples,
tab,
apples, apples.
and you can't recycle it.
Apples, apples.
They're all different, so that you can. Because what happens if you're looking at the can straight on and you want to know what the flavor is?
It's like the one piece of pure aluminum that people like to recycle.
So they do red and other red, and so when you're like, oh, I don't know which one's strawberry and which one's cherry, that's not the one. You have wait, that's not Chinese.
No,
sounds.
it's very much. Wait, that's not. Ni hao.
I think he mixed is that Japanese and Spanish?
Ni hao mi nombre es Michael.
Yeah,
that's like Chinese and Spanish.
It's did you just ask ChatGPT to translate without giving a language? And it just picks things.
The first part is Chinese.
I don't know.
It just means hello.
Is it? Well, no, is that Chinese or Japanese?
Ni hao?
Yeah.
That's hello.
I know it's hello, but is it Chinese or Japanese?
I'm pretty sure it's Chinese. Like 90%. Mandarin.
Or hell, in Mandarin Chinese. Yeah, it's in Mandarin, not Chinese.
That is Chinese.
No, I'm gonna guess that there is somebody out there that's gonna be very angry that you said that.
They're in the minority.
I promise. I promise.
Hey,
Hey, buddy. You're gonna love it. I promise.
Nothing.
Okay, I think.
I'll just fall right off of here and get
Hey, buddy. You're
right off of here and get.
Hey, buddy. You're gonna love it. I promise.
Horsey.
Okay, I think I can mark that one as good.
Just because we can't touch the horsies. You never have the horsies touch each other. Unless it's them being mean to one another. I think we've been over this before. Besides the kissing one.
Okay, Michael, look, their snoots are touching.
Doesn't count.
Giant rainbow. Consume the scoots.
Oh, that's a different kind of video. It's like, typical monster.
You know what she's going to get if she misbehaves? Black guy.
Oh, that's sad. She's like, my parents never beat me when I was growing up.
I want to know what it's like.
Never around. Yes. Socks.
Rainbow, can you beat me?
Don't touch the horses with the socks. Rainbow, can you beat me like a real mom? No, don't touch the butt.
They're trying to touch the butt.
They are touching the butt.
Some of them are.
Yes, those are the lucky ones. You make that face like you're not the one making them touch the butt.
Why?
You can. I promise you can.
So innocent.
No, look at Rainbow.
She's ascending.
She's become derpy.
Be not afraid.
It's a biblically accurate angel.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I had balls of meat covered in yum yum sauce for dinner. I'll go get another one. Is there a flavor you want me to attempt? or just anything not cherry or a lemonade or whatever, like other random thing I find up there.
I'm not wanting beer today.
Yeah, I drank a lot yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, probably just something that's not beer.
Okay. I'll see what there is.
I'm thinking the strawberry fields were all consumed.
Nothing.
It's funny, the Jay and the horse nerds that were here, they said that they went to a strawberry field said yesterday to pick strawberries, and it was funny because I literally just bought Strawberry Fields beer, and so my brain was confused. I'm like, you picked a beer? And nope, they just went and got strawberries, which seems like a weird thing. Like a bunch of horse nerds, like, what are we gonna do? Let's go to a field to pick strawberries. They did it so that they can make daiquiris today, and as far as I know, they probably did or are doing.
Nothing like you. I can't fly.
Not that much lip syncing actually left. I thought it was going to be a bit more annoying from the lip sync side of things. Oh no. Bad horse, no touch. What? Where's... Oh, her base over there. No, and look at that. She's taking on a cookie now, too. Diabetes horse. Oh, I have everything hidden. Oh. That's why. Okay. Now I can hide these two. Then I don't have to worry. The lip sync is coming out okay for school. I definitely like the newer models way more. What does he say?
You can. I promise you can. You can.
Can't fly.
You can. I promise you can.
So it says you can 3 times with I promise at the end or beginning of the last part of it. So that's going to be easy because it's just lip sync 2 words, copy 3 times. Copy once, paste 3 times.
Nothing.
At the beginning of I'm.
Nothing like you.
Actually, does she even say I'm? I think she says nothing like you. I don't think she actually says I'm.
Nothing like you.
I think he does, but it probably cuts out like a little bit and like the didn't verbalize, but he probably opened his mouth like he was going to. That's Rainbow Dash. I do kind of like the way that some of the old horses did M a little better, but if you kind of play around with things, I do think the new ones can look a bit... You have to use curve because it'll pull the mouth up. It makes it work better, but then it also kind of makes them frown. These ones, like, you gotta do lip, but then you had to pull the bottom lip out a little bit too. You get some weirdness. Okay. Like that, but then you start getting that weird clippiness.
You want mango lemonade or lemonade?
I tried the mango. I haven't had the regular. I'll try the regular. Have you had the mango?
I think so, but it's good.
Mango is.
Mango.
It probably is the better of them. Out of the other strawberry and stuff.
Bat Pony approved.
Trader. The hoof coming up.
You go Bat
Remember
Pony.
that comic?
What?
He posted the comic of the little bat pony that was like transformed from a horse into a bat pony, and then like some like horse gave him a mango, but the hoof came out. He's like, "No, Trader hoof.
My hoof.
The hoof's Trader."
Let's try to get that mango. He's cute.
Oh Lord, we took my niece strawberry picking once. Pay $5 for a gallon bucket, and you pick your own. My niece, one for me, one in the bucket. Two for me, one in the bucket. She ate 2 gallons worth while filling. Well, it's physical labor, and they're kids. They burn through them quick. On the way home, she was in the back seat moaning in pain, all while slowly chewing on a particularly fat strawberry. Yeah, kids don't realize why they're in pain. That sounds, yeah, the gut rot sounds like something you'd get from that, though.
Can you think of the wine you could make, though, from all that strawberry? My first thought is, people look at me like, you can just eat those, right? But what if I made them into booze?
But what if I took them and then just, like, shoved a bunch of yeast in it?
Yeah.
Ferment that shit.
Delicious.
I was actually looking up how to make your own ginger beer,
Okay.
and it's actually not difficult.
Okay.
But the difficulty is it does require, if you don't do it some other method, some amount of fermenting.
Okay, I have extra carboys if you need one.
Yeah, I thought about it because you can make it as spicy as you want then. And I like spicier ginger beer. And Fever Tree, which makes the spiciest ginger beer, is expensive.
If you want, I'll lend you a gallon or 1 or 2 gallons of carboys.
There's something else you can do because I think it's about... I think they're using the yeast more as an infusion of carbonation, which I don't think you need to use that for.
Well, yes. The only way you can really carbonate is if you do what I'm doing with the kegs.
I know, but the way that they did the fermenting was to do some of that.
Yeah.
But I think there's probably other ways. But
Well, I keep an entire canister of pressurized carbon dioxide.
yeah,
So. Look at that horsey. She's practicing kissing. Oh,
Michael,
I know.
she's a child.
She's a horse child, yes. Which I'm not sure if that's better or worse.
Yeah,
probably worse.
And I don't want to spoil it, but we did have it at the last night at the bonfire. An idea for a simple anthology short that we're not going to do. Jay's going to do, but that came up from watching some stuff. So that's like he literally. It was just something stupid happened, and then like that could be a short. And Jared, he's like, "Yeah, I already wrote it down."
They're just constantly thinking of horse ideas.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it was funny. It would actually be a good short and super easy.
I do need to cut my hair.
You can haircut and beard shave. Adam did that today too. That's why he went and got donuts.
Every time I cut my hair, though, it's like a few days later I have to disassemble my sink.
Don't shove your hair down the sink.
I don't try to. Try to keep it out of the sink. But I'm cutting my hair over the sink.
Why don't you do it in the basin down here?
I put a towel down.
Put it in the basin.
It still goes down the sink.
No, there's a plug.
Well, I need to... No, there's a plug in the sink on my...
I mean, the one down here has like a big filter thing over it that the water can still get down, but it'll prevent any like...
If it makes you feel any better, I've cleaned it out several times. It's probably the cleanest sink in this house.
I don't know.
As far as the pipes are concerned.
I don't know. I hear you and they're going...
It's because I struggle.
With life?
In the morning, yeah. Sustaining life. I think I didn't even think about it. There was a while there I was coughing almost nonstop for almost 2 months. It was really getting annoying. I'm glad it stopped. Because I was getting to a point where I was starting to wonder if it was ever going to stop or if I needed to see someone. I'm glad
Oh, she's not
stopped.
wide.
I'm sure you guys remember who are regular viewers there for a while. I was coughing every stream. I was sitting here wondering, should I even be here? I don't know. It's very cold.
Hmm?
The mango lemonade.
Even for how warm it's been, a cooler was at least doing its job.
Well, the warmer it is, the faster the ice is going to melt and the colder it's going to make it. Kind of. What's going to keep it cold? It's going to be some miserable mooses in Alaska this weekend. Miserable moose. I've still never seen a moose. I went to the Minnesota Zoo, and then they had like a whole area for mooses, but there were no mooses. And to this day, I've never seen a moose in real life. And it upsets me, because they seem big. They seem very big. Have you ever seen a moose?
In person,
Yeah.
not that I can remember.
That's a bummer. I have to go to the zoo and hope they have mooses next time. Like, they had a whole enclosure and it even labeled moose. It was like the only animal they didn't have. I don't know what happened to their mooses. Are mooses just hard to keep alive? I don't know. Maybe they didn't water them enough. Maybe they're like the Venus flytrap of animals. If you like put too much nitrogen in their soil, they just fall over dead. The mooses.
I don't think so.
Do you think they'd be pretty hardy?
Yeah, but I don't think they're the Venus flytrap of mammals.
Are you sure? You sure they don't just die if you look at them funny?
I think platypuses are closer to that.
No, those things look like they could murder you.
I know, but they're like weird and like, why is this an animal? Why is this a mammal? But like Venus flytraps are like, why are you a plant?
I feel like the platypus has a valid argument that all the other mammals are wrong. Because here's a fun fact, chat. All mammals used to lay eggs once a long time ago. But then a retrovirus changed that and it affected most mammals, with the exception to 2 that are still in existence. Like, there was a lot, but there's only 2 that still lay eggs. And it's the platypus and the echidna, I think, still lays eggs.
I don't want to learn more about Knuckles.
Yes. His species lays eggs. But it's crazy. Like, if it wasn't for that retrovirus, live births wouldn't be a thing. And humans couldn't have been a thing because human fetuses require a lot more nutrients as they develop than could ever be delivered via egg. It's crazy. Live birth is actually incredibly hard on the mother. Because they're basically fighting the child for nutrients. It's a war until the kid's born. Science behind it's kind of crazy. And it's one of those things that was never supposed to be.
Why are you looking up like the history of birth? Are you?
They did an NPR thing on it.
What is porn too hard to get a hold of?
Had to learn about the retrovirus that caused mammals to give live birth. But see, that makes the platypus the one who didn't get all sick and crap. And end up having, like, babies who don't come out when they're supposed to. Are mooses those fuzzy mammals with the stripes that eat your garbage? If so, then I see them all the time. You know what? Yes. Pretty sure that's them. I have seen videos of mooses though. They have this thing where they'll, like in the middle of dead of winter, they'll see a car and they'll just decide to lick it, and it's a problem because then they'll get stuck to the car. And then they'll just destroy the shit out of that car. It's fun to watch on YouTube though. Go look it up. It's mooses getting their tongue stuck to cars is a thing. You stealing the horse egg? Yeah. Wouldn't that be a different wonderful universe that has horse eggs? Would you eat a horse egg?
Welcome to Equestrian Park.
Boop. Boop, 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 boop. That's the song. There you go. Nay, 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 nay. There you go.
That'd be kind of, that, I mean, it'd be a lot of work, but that as like an anthology short, that actually sounds like a decent short. Like, it just showing like the dinosaurs, like he's taking his glasses off shakily, having to get other things. It's just horses like bouncing, like rolling around, like doing stupid stuff.
Oh, I mean, cute stuff.
Like you, you.
The bronies all losing their mind because they want to go to Equestria Park. We took the cutest horses, combined them with Girl Scouts, and we got this crap. Science all messed up.
Like you,
You know, it does draw into question, and at the risk of sounding like a crazy person, where the retrovirus came from and how integral it was to like evolution on this planet. Because without it, complex creatures could not exist. Complex mammals couldn't.
I was just watching a thing where they were talking about the solutions for the Fermi paradox, and they're trying to figure out if there's certain like gatekeepers within like the production of life that might prevent advanced life from forming. And the one that one of the ones they're thinking of is mitochondria, because mitochondria was formed because of literally shit hit the fan and most stuff was dying, but this bacteria and this other thing happened to just one got absorbed into the other, and they formed a relationship.
Yeah,
and it ended up
symbiosis.
forming, and without that, life wouldn't be what it was.
Yeah.
And it was because of a hardship that was forced on things, and they think that a lot of life probably failed to get to that point or to create such a thing.
Yeah, like it's what led to photosynthesis.
Or just it led to the ability to produce a ton of energy.
Yeah.
So
by absorbing light from the sun, yeah.
Yeah, well, one thing was able to take advantage of other things, because I think it was the environment was too oxygenated.
Yeah.
And they weren't able to use the oxygen, and this allowed the use of the oxygen, and now we use oxygen for a power source because of this huge influx and stuff. And it was, or to help with it, it was an interesting thing about the whole mitochondria thing. But they say that is a possible solution to the Fermi paradox of that is a gatekeeper that is immensely hard to potentially find, and that could be one of them, because they're like, because against the gatekeepers of, well, rocks can hit the planet. And they're like, well, yeah, but life kept finding a way past that. Like, it wasn't like a rare occurrence for them to just keep going. So
a lot of things had to happen for us to get where we're at now. The retrovirus is just one of those things.
There's a lot of things.
It's just weird, though. Like, it's like, okay, this exact virus that did this exact thing that made it possible for mammals to become more developed than they could ever have without it. Like, the most advanced life on this planet without that retrovirus would be like a chicken. And
Dinosaurs were chickens.
yeah, they basically were just big chickens.
Like you.
Like,
I can't fly like you.
mammals are the most intelligent creatures on this planet for a reason, with exception to like the octopus. Those are weirdly smart, but in a weird way. But the majority of intelligent animals are mammals.
Wait, they're weirdly smart, but in a weird way.
Yeah, they got like the brain throughout the whole body.
I know, but you said they're weirdly smart in a weird way.
Yeah, they're weirdly weird.
They're weirdly weird.
It's octopi. But yeah, there's a reason
I prefer
that
like a rhubarb.
mammals tend to be more intelligent than other species, and it's live birth. Their fetuses can develop far more than others can. Oh, is it the elephant that has like a freaking 3-year pregnancy? That's crazy. Poor elephants.
But they're big. They have a lot to make.
They do have the big babes. Like, you couldn't do that with an egg, that's for sure. It was alien ponies. I knew it. Ponies from outer space. They sneezed at the planet and made mammals start like having babies. Put on some horseberry white. But then again, we get lots of retroviruses on this planet, and most of them aren't nearly as useful. And I have to imagine for the first mammals to get that crap, a lot of them probably didn't survive.
Well, they probably wouldn't even know it was a thing because evolution isn't like one time. It's like that probably was a effect that went over thousands of years.
Well, it was a virus, so it was altering them in the immediate.
I know, but they have to then alter themselves to be able to make it work.
To survive it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because I have to imagine creatures not born for live birth all of a sudden having to give live birth.
Well, not all of them. So it would have been a slow infection over a very large period of time. And so there was probably intermingling that allowed the species to continue and evolve, because you can't just like, it's not like you can jump in the radioactive pit. You're going to get like...
Well, that's what a retrovirus does. It changes the creature's DNA.
Yeah, but then they have to... Their evolution and everything has to mold itself around it to work. And that takes a lot of time.
Yeah.
It's not like they are... Like they're doing the... like the Family Guy skit. Or jumping in, rolling around the nuclear pit, and then they have cancer.
Yeah.
You know, like... Doesn't work quite like that.
Well, it's whichever ones were able to survive it and pass their genes on would also pass the genes on that altered their body to make them do that in the first place, because their genes were altered by the virus.
Well, they should just went to like dilute trading and picked up some new genes.
Yeah.
Fly.
You
Fly.
The retrovirus most people are familiar with that's going around today. It's known as HIV. Why it's so hard to get rid of, because it alters the individual's DNA. It's not a fun one.
Can't fly.
Which I believe is an understatement.
Fly. 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 Nothing like you. I can't fly. Like you. I like you.
Look at that horse, she's a cutie. Give her a carrot. That's why I gave you carrot.
Nothing like you. I can't fly. Nothing like you. I can't fly. cute. I can't fly.
Chat, who here has a strong urge to feed that horse a carrot? She is the color of carrots.
Can't fly.
She's allergic.
No. That's like a horse's main
She's
food.
allergic. She only eats cheese pizza.
No. She's the giz horse.
I can't fly. Fly.
Ponies in space.
Fly.
Need more space ponies. Man, you know what I was disappointed by in G4? Well, a headcanon of mine that I had since like I started watching it but never came to fruition. Is that there would be a time travel episode at one point in the show's run where they went back to the night of the first episode and the stars that helped Luna escape from the moon were in fact the main six. But never got that episode. I wanted it. I wanted it to be true. I wanted to find out that to make sure.
It did imply that the stars themselves were a living creature.
Yeah.
They are the gods.
Well, that's what was like a big plot point for Fallout Equestria, is that the stars were living.
Well, I've seen Truman Show, so I mean, it's little lamps.
But like freaking Twilight had a star on her butt. I think they showed the stars moving to help her. I think maybe it was 4 stars, but maybe it was 6. I can't remember.
You can.
It seemed, I don't know, it would have been cool to find out that the stars that helped her were in fact the main 6. I just wanted it. And they like made sure it happened because they knew what the outcome would be. And that would be a good thing.
You got another voice impression.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Ponies. Teenage Mutant Ninja Ponies. Ponies in a side saddle. Pony power.
Pony power.
Pony power.
Why are they a pony power?
This is the full horsepower. They've got pony power. Look at that one. She got so much pony power. She's got like 0.6 pony power. They're the world's most fiercest fighting horses. Pony, ninja ponies. Scootaloo is cool. Rainbow Dash is a party horse. Teenage Mutant Ninja Ponies. Mutant horse. Look at her, she's blue. That's not normal. It's not a normal horse color. Saw a blue horse, she'd be like, what has someone done to that horse? It's awful. How'd they even get that shade of blue?
Okay, so that's done. I see do her nose. The boopers.
Yep.
It's the only time I see teeth.
What about teeth?
For how I want her nose to move.
I follow this Facebook group for Pony. There's one guy in that group that his entire thing is to just do teeth edits to like clips from My Little Pony.
Teeth edits?
Yeah, he just adds more like defined teeth to the characters. And it's like, okay, that's a rather specific one. Your thing.
He has a fetish, and
You know. But teeth is a weird one, I think. There's probably a community.
there. I remember in college I had some of my friends that found a forum, because this is like mid late 2000s. That they found one about people that had a fetish of watching girls sneeze, and so and it was just people that were using paper clips to try to force a sneeze. And so then they were like, you could do that? And so they were in the room, like, I remember sitting in my room and they were next door doing that. And you just hear silence. And then you hear, achoo. And then we go, yeah. And it was like a half hour straight of this.
Why?
It's so stupid.
Then they rush back to their room with the memories. I don't know. It
was college. You got a bunch of like early 20s kids.
Oh, yeah. So that's just some guy on Facebook just doing that all day.
Why?
So if you guys ever like working on your hobby and you think, wow, this is dumb, remember there's a guy out there just editing pictures of My Little Pony that had more defined teeth.
Somebody will pay money.
Someone. Maybe it's a passion project.
I mean, maybe, but like...
Is it better or worse that it's is or isn't commission work? It's unclear.
Nothing like you. I can't. Nothing like you. I can't fly.
You can. I promise you can.
No one's just over there like, it's not cool to call a guy out like that. maybe somebody needs to do that important work. Some brave soul from the southern half of the United States. Yeah. Oh yeah. Brah, those teeth.
Like you. I can't fly.
You can.
Look at her. He heard our conversation, and that's her face now.
You can. I promise you can. You can.
Nolan, what are you doing this weekend? I'm calling you out specifically, and I'm coming for you, Sir Edward.
Promise.
Nobody wants to talk about their weekend plans because they're all thinking of nefarious things.
I kind of like the idea, I'm not going to do it, but in the short of like, he's not even, or Rainbow's not even done talking and shoves her off the roof, like just mid-sentence. Like before it was about a long pause, giving the opportunity, but like, nah. I
I really do like the facial expressions he makes right before he pushes her kid off. They're like, you're not listening to me. It was his impatience and frustration. He was trying to be nice, but he really wasn't asking.
You can.
Like, cause he's not somebody who just asks. He's somebody who gets what he wants. And here's this kid not doing as he tells him to.
He's used to people doing what he tells them to do.
Yeah. And so when he didn't listen, he's like, okay, you're going off. It's a good scene, and the actor whose name I do not know.
I don't remember from anything else, but he plays that part really well.
Yeah.
Like, Homelander is like the worst character in the show, but the one that you want to see the most of. Like, he's just a child being a superhero, but you always just want to see what the hell he's going to do.
He's a character.
He's the most cliche superhero, and he's basically Superman. In every aspect, he's Superman.
Except that he's a horrible person.
Yes, but I mean, he has X-ray vision. He has laser eyes. He can fly. He is the leader of everybody. Like, it's Superman.
Yeah.
But like Superman, they couldn't make him like America focused because, like, Captain America.
No, Superman was very much American focused.
I know, but
he bore
like,
the flag essentially.
In current everything, like it like Captain America wasn't really Captain America because good luck telling that to other countries. It became like everybody just called him Cap or something, and never really called him Captain America after like the first movie.
Yeah.
Which kind of made sense to the World War II focused set of stuff because of how he came up to be. But Homelander can be focused to a country because he's not a good person. So then you can't see like another country not gonna be like, wait, why isn't that villain focused on us?
I've seen enough of it to realize he's a nationalist, hardcore.
Oh yeah, well, kind of. I don't think he cares a shit about a country. It's all about.
Yeah, he wants to keep certain people out of the country because he despises them. He's a bad person, is the gist. And you know what else? That pony needs oats, and why aren't you giving her oats?
Homelander's self-focused. He wants the world to see him in a way, and if it doesn't, he will force the world to see him in his way.
Yeah,
we have no analogy to anybody in the current.
There's somebody who will do anything or say anything just to get people to cheer for him.
Yeah, and when they doesn't agree, he will kill them.
Yeah,
which does at least happen the one time. And then when he happened, he's like, "Oh my god!" And then everybody's like, "Yeah, fuck that guy." And he's like, oh, "Wait, I can murder."
Yeah, well, didn't the crowd turn on him at one point? And he just
he imagined it. He imagined slicing everybody into like pieces.
Yeah. He is the Boy Scout. That's Superman's thing. And it's actually, you could say it's cliche, but it's almost become endearing with his character because he is that character. He is the Boy Scout. He is the perfect guy. No matter what. And I think I think I mentioned it maybe in a previous stream where Lois is going to be gunned down by a turret, and he throws himself in between her and the turret, and it's when he's first trying to figure out his powers. And he doesn't know what he's capable of yet. And she looks to him and goes, "How did you know the bullets couldn't hurt you?" And he says, "I didn't. I just knew they would hurt you." And it's like, oh, that's who he is.
Like, Superman is meant to be where nothing physically can hurt him, but his biggest issue is the public, his image, and trying to figure out who he is in such a world. Yeah. Other than that, he is literally just a god, but everything is around him is the problem.
He doesn't feel that way, but yeah.
Is it smooching time? Not yet. Not yet.
He's a devout, like, Christian.
No smooching.
Because his mom wouldn't have it any other way. And neither would America.
Well, he was raised by a good family in that story. But when you're writing a story, you can write it however you want.
Yeah. He also didn't get his superpowers until he was like, in his like last year of high school. And he started to get a god. I think the story is in the original, he started to get a bit of a god complex. And then his father had a heart attack and he was there for it and he couldn't do anything to save him. And he kind of realized in that moment that he might be incredibly powerful, but he's not a god. And it was really well written. Tiny Mouth, you know, who is the little goddess? It's that horse right there. That's right. That's you. You're going to be a princess.
I'm a horsey. I'm going to be a cool horsey.
Just a cool horsey.
Super horse.
Super duper horse.
I can only eat the smallest foods, though.
No, I'm just going to eat tiny carrots.
Tiny foods. I can eat things through straws.
Little bits.
Little bits. But I want Big Burger.
I'm going to get nibbled a
Big Burger.
Gonna take a while.
Oh, that's the wrong one. Michael's too small.
I'll get little burger bits.
Michael can barely breathe.
She can eat White Castles.
No, I'm sad, Michael. I don't want White Castle.
White Castles are delicious. Don't listen to John.
No, there's so much poop.
Rude to the good people at White Castle. So, Kitty, it should be smooching time. But he won't make these horses smooch.
I'm trying to get... This is a good point. I'm doing the horses with the things.
I feel like Superman now, though, would probably just, like, look at his dad, find the clot in his heart, and laser it out with his laser eyes. Because he's just that badass, but who knows?
Or find some new superpower he didn't know he had before.
Which is pretty common with Superman. My favorite bit is just Superman 2, where he kisses Lois Lane to wipe her memory. It's just the most meta power that never comes up again.
Yeah, how the hell did he even know he had that power?
I did like the Robot Chicken spoof they did off that, though. He just goes around kissing his supervillains deeply on the mouth for make them forget that they hate him.
It's like in Spider-Man No Way Home.
Yeah.
When they're like, it's like, you had me try to change the memories of everybody in the world through magic, and you didn't even try to call them to plead your case. Well, now that you say that, yeah.
It's like, you freaking, you're a child. It's like, yes, I am.
It's such a good scene.
You can.
I'm looking forward to the next one. I don't know when it's going to be.
Spider-Man?
Yeah.
Is there another one?
Yeah, I think Tom Holland's still signed on.
You can.
Though I am behind on the Marvel films.
Well, I've been watching anything from the previous people, but I haven't seen the Thunderbolts.
Have not seen it.
Wasn't there like a lady one movie?
I don't know. I haven't seen anything past Guardians 3. Guardians 3 is kind of where I stopped. I did watch that new Venom movie.
Oh yeah, so there was that came out. It was
Echo?
Yeah, it follows the girl from the Hawkeye series. But I heard it wasn't that great. No, it's a 7 out of 10, so it's not
Is
too
it a
bad.
series or a movie?
Madam Web, I heard that was really bad. Yeah, 4.6.
Which is unfortunate because I enjoyed her character in the Amazing Spider-Man series.
Yeah, apparently Madam Web is like, there's some action scenes that are in there, but they're all, or like the parts where they're in their suits and doing stuff towards the end of the movie is pretty decent. All the rest of it is just bad. And even the actors have come out and bashed the movie.
Well, I feel like not a lot of people know Madam Web, so they would have had to really build up
It was just bad.
and introduce her character.
The X-Men 97.
That's just them bringing back the original series from 97.
Yeah, but that's 9.4 too.
Yeah, people enjoy their nostalgia.
That was good. Deadpool
Yeah,
Wolverine.
I
So you've
watched
seen that one. That doesn't count. Venom: The Last Dance.
Saw it, I didn't like it.
Yeah, I've
seen it
It
twice.
had a Venom horse though.
It did have a Venom horse.
That one I want to see at some point, but I'm not in a rush. I've seen it at like thrift stores, but they're not thrift stores. Something else doesn't really count. Craven? Wait.
He's the guy from Black Panther. He was the one leader of the one group.
Okay, and that's rated. Oh well, okay. So these average out to like 6, so I'd say it's okay. I never heard about that one.
I've seen the character.
One Final Watch. Is that the watch?
Oh, that's What If.
Oh, What If season 3? I didn't know that was released. Huh. And that's rated pretty decent. Not as good as some of the other ones, but I'm curious on that. I don't think I finished season 2. That's all that came out last year.
Yeah.
So you didn't miss much on that front. But what's come out this year? I know we've had Thunderbolts.
Thunderbolts I heard was pretty decent.
The Fantastic Four.
Oh, on my birthday.
Oh yeah, so it's not out yet.
No. That literally comes out on my birthday. Everybody knows what my birthday is.
Unsure on how that one's going to be. Wait, Thunderbolts came out. Why are they not saying anything about that? I heard Ironheart. Oh, that one's coming out
It's not out
in
yet.
4 days as well. That one I heard was neat. It's essentially like she's the new Iron Man.
She got a hold of one of his suits and like retrofitted it.
Yeah, which sounds interesting because I like Iron Man.
A lot of his suits
I just like the
destroyed.
suits. It's Robert Downey Jr. is one thing, but yeah. But where's Thunderbolts? Because that came out this year. Oh, yeah. Okay, so Captain America: Brave New World. Okay, I don't know. I got 7.2. That one I don't care about.
I want to see it. It's a Captain America movie.
Thunderbolts, which actually I heard Thunderbolts was decent, and I like that it's a little bit of a chaotic cast.
Well, that's the whole thing. It's like Marvel's version of
Yes,
Suicide Squad.
I don't think you've missed much.
I do want to see the Captain America though, because it's one of the.
I care more about seeing Thunderbolts.
Yeah.
But they call it Thunderbolt Star because there's a little giveaway at the end as to more of what the movie means. But yeah.
See.
Kraven the Hunter is a Spider-Man villain. No one had any interest in a Kraven storyline.
I see. I thought he was the dude from Black Panther, but maybe it's just the same outfit.
Looks kind of like it.
You can. You can.
No, you need to make a movie about the Rhino. It's a whole movie about the Rhino from Spider-Man. What's his deal, right? He's just a big Rhino man. Sometimes it's a suit, sometimes it's a mutation.
You can. You can.
I want the original classic Rhino too, where it's just a really buff guy and like a freaking Rhino outfit, and he goes through walls like the Kool-Aid Man. That's his whole thing. Also, they need a Kingpin that is stronger than Spider-Man, because that was the whole thing. Kingpin was just a normal dude, but he was just so beef and so buff. Like, he didn't have any superpowers. He was just, how strong could a human possibly get?
Spider-Man showed him being a little bit more than something. Like, that guy was as wide as he was tall. Like, that was not a human.
Yeah, that's what happens when you eat enough burger.
Oh.
Yeah, just gotta eat a burger. No carbs. Take the bun off.
You can.
He just has a fork and like a whole like box of McDonald's burger patties.
But what you're implying is, like, kids, do you want to become big and strong? Eat McDonald's.
Just the beef. Boxes of beef. Just eat protein.
Well, you need to work out too.
Yeah. It's less important than you think.
You can.
It makes you feel good.
You can.
Here I am, the guru of fitness. No, I've watched enough things from like TED Talks to basically sum up like, yeah, exercise is good and it's healthy and it'll make you feel great and you should definitely do it. But if you're trying to lose weight, it's diet.
Yeah.
It's diet.
Food controls your weight, and exercise controls your like healthiness, how well you feel.
Yeah. But they basically said it doesn't really matter how much you eat. It's about what you eat. And they said stay away from processed foods, stay away from carbohydrates, more vegetables, more protein, and you'll be healthy. And I just ate a donut, so I am failing. Thanks, Adam.
You can.
It was a good
Adam's
donut.
fault. It was a good donut. But it is absolutely what they said not to eat.
Yeah, but you can have it every now and then.
No, not really. You're not supposed to really.
On a rare
ever eat it.
occasion. So only like one a day.
We've been eating Rice Krispie treats and donuts for 3 days straight. 2 days. Probably ate something on that day before.
Rice Krispie treats and donuts. You got Rice Krispie treats last night, and then the donut was today. So for 3 days, but you actually mean for 18 hours.
Look, I'm sure I ate something horrible for me the day before that too. But carbohydrates taste so good. Like, they did say, like, humans have been eating bread for thousands of years, and the obesity epidemic is a more recent thing. So when it came to bread, they said, you're fine if you eat like whole grain breads. Don't eat white bread. Don't eat heavily processed bread.
I do not like white bread. White bread to me is just cake.
Yeah.
I will always get like some kind of multi-grain wheat bread, something. But then there's also the wheat breads out there that are like, wow, this wheat bread's so good. But it's so moist because it's basically white bread that's just brown. Like some wheat bread is not the full. Wheat bread is almost supposed to be drier and not as moist because it is more natural. But yeah, I'll always do that. Like a good wheat toast is better than a white toast.
Yeah.
Because then all it is like, I want to have less bread flavor and more butter flavor. No. Stupid.
No.
And also just white bread spikes your insulin way high because of all the sugars and not everything else. It processes your stomach, just eats it up and shoots it out so quick.
Yeah,
but
it's
wheat
super
bread
easy
takes a long time
to digest.
So even though wheat bread has slightly more in it, it takes so much longer to digest that your insulin does not shoot as high. And normally insulin has like an amount of time in your bloodstream that's supposed to be there. So if you spike it really high, it's going to take twice as long to clear it out of your system. But if you keep it lower, like if you have a salad before eating a big, heavy, greasy meal, if you're going to have a burger with fries, if you have a salad first, that will help your insulin keep balanced over time because it's filling yourself up with stuff that takes less time. But if you just like shove a burger in your system, your insulin will jump up and it could take you 12, 13 hours before your system actually clears that out. And with insulin in your blood, you can't process fats from your system. So if you're trying to like lose weight, spiking your insulin constantly, eating constantly keeps your body from being able to process your fats.
Eat steak and broccoli. Something, and without like the side of potatoes. That's what you should be doing.
Rice bread is really good, but you have to order rice flour in 50-pound bulk bags. 2 pounds at the store is insanely expensive. Yeah, I guess I can see that. But I don't think
there's brown rice.
Everything's cheaper.
Better.
Everything's cheaper in bulk, except cars. Bigger cars cost more, but I guess it's a little different.
Sure, you could get a deal if you bought like 50 of them.
But then you have to have a place to put like huge amounts of stuff. That's the bigger issue. And does it last that long enough? The flour probably lasts, but as long as you have it like sealed up good, because I know I've had flour that got infested because it just sat. You know, by the time you get through the whole thing, there's things in it.
Well, you didn't have it covered or something.
But no, that's why we had the plastic stuff here now. That's the reason that we had plastic is because I had that happen. And I'm like, nope, we're covering that up now.
I promise.
Yeah, no, I know what it is to eat the proper food. I'm just really bad at it. Because carbs are quick, carbs are easy, carbs are tasty.
They're tasty.
Yeah. And not all carbohydrates are bad. It's just the highly processed ones, which are what we tend to eat. It's the white breads instead of the whole grain. It's the white rice instead of the brown rice. It's the stuff that's been processed so that our bodies go through it really quick, and then we're hungry again, and then we eat the same thing. Though at least for my part, I try to cook something. Though I still like make potatoes, like mashed potatoes with sour cream and butter.
Mm-hmm.
Delicious.
And you don't have to be perfect. You just have to like not eat TV dinners every day. If all the meals you make are taken from the freezer into a microwave,
yeah,
you have a problem.
Yeah, that's the worst. Oh, protein tends to be expensive with the exception of eggs, which is why eggs price is going up with such a hot point for a lot of people, because if you don't have a lot of money but you want to eat healthy, proteins, eggs and beans are really your only options. Sausage is pretty cheap. Probably shouldn't be drinking these either.
These specifically, no.
Like a lot of sugar.
Because I think these aren't even 0 calorie. So like,
hell no.
Like these are
sugary.
Yeah. Like Trulies and stuff, if you're going to have alcohol are okay, but if you really want to do it right, you just get seltzer water, vodka, and fruit.
Yeah.
Or like a little bit of fruit juice. Like, because then at least you know it's just juice. Otherwise, I don't know 100% of the stuff that goes into this. But if
it's white cane sugar. is what it is.
Yeah, but it's just
lemon
sugar to put it in. But if
Yeah.
you use juice, you're getting more of the. If you get like some of the lower sugar or base and whatever, you can at least ensure that the sweetness is coming from the fruits.
Sugar. And sugar. I mean, sugar cane is a plant too.
But it's
sugar
when
beets.
you're extracting it, you're getting some artificial amount that they determined was the way to get people to drink it. Where if you're drinking it from a fruit that is nature's levels,
So beets are okay.
I'm not going to make beet juice.
Like, that's where a lot of our sugar comes from.
Yeah, but that's refined out of it down to
Yeah.
its pure element.
I just drink lots of grape juice. That's just grape sugars. Did I just come in at Michael rant time?
Michael's.
No.
When does Michael not rant?
This is what I do. This is why you come here. If you're here for any other reason, I can't imagine what it is. Whether it's just for Michael rants, not the cute horses. Don't look at them. Don't look at that one right there with her cute little booper and her big eyes, and the little tiny orange one who looks all concerned and stuff. I was just talking. You're just your stuff. I'm full of rage. I was just talking about how I'm upset at Adam for bringing me a giant, freaking sugar-filled donut. You want ghost fact? You want ghost fact? Ghosts are in fact unhealthy to eat, and not for the reasons you think. You think, oh, a ghost, that's probably gonna haunt your insides, and it will. But it's also a lot of like refined sugars. So that's a fact. So if you get a ghost, if you see a ghost, don't stick it in your mouth and chew on it, because it'll give you diabetes, probably, maybe, if you get enough of them over time, of course. Point is, ghosts are high in calories, and not the good kind. Empty calories. That's what a ghost is. It's your ghost fact. If you open up your mouth and suddenly you think you taste peppermint,
Promise you can.
or burnt pennies, yeah, ghost. You just ate one. So if you can't lose weight, it's probably because you're just keep walking through graveyards or something, and just sucking up ghosts.
Flies.
You can. I promise you can.
Flies.
You can.
You'll know you made a ghost if you fart but nobody hears it. That's a ghost fart. And if somebody does hear it, well, that's just beans.
Flies.
You can.
Point is, get to know your farts.
That's the last lip syncing. Just gotta do the nose and stuff.
Yeah, you little spongy nose.
You
It would be hard to shape. You know? Remember that one Ponynator? Like super early pony animator?
Not by name.
He did the video Scrunch Battle.
Okay, I know that
Yeah,
one.
it was like Scrunch Battle Go. Super early fandom when that was the thing. To just have ponies scrunch at each other.
Because that was just like Octavia Scrunch Battle, or no, was that Lyra and
It was
Bon?
like Lyra and Bon. I was like,
Yeah.
gotta go. And she's like, what are you doing, Lyra? Stop this.
And it was like the
upsetting.
like 70s anime music or something. Yeah.
This is really intense.
I promise you can.
And it's good for her. But he was one of those animators when he left the fandom, more or less. He kind of made a show about it a little bit.
That was kind of the thing, early fandom.
Yeah. I think he changed his icon to a tombstone.
Promise you
Well, 9
can.
yards. What about a ghost poop? When you feed yourself feel yourself taking a big dump, when you flush, you notice that there's nothing in the bowl. It disappeared. Sunset, I think you need to talk to a doctor if that's what's happening. I don't know that that's a ghost poop so much as a medical emergency.
Well, you sure?
Like taking imaginary poops.
Well, I mean, it depends. Is there something else there? Like, is it intestines?
Did you poop out your innards?
You might want to like see a doctor then.
fart.
Too. That's one big fart. Amazing.
It came out with such force, he heard the splashes. No, if you ever sit down and you think you need to poop, but then you don't poop, that's called constipation, and that's horrible. Probably cut back on the cheese. Why'd you have to go and make me so constipated? What's that horse doing?
And
You can't.
No, they needed to have the Little Mermaid, but with Twilight and Flash Sentry,
You can't.
where she has to kiss him, or she'll turn back into a horse. But you know, I can see it now. Of course, I don't know why you wouldn't want to turn back into a horse. Being a human is awful. I've been doing it for a while now, and I gotta tell you, not a fan. Not a fan.
Mom, I promise you. Promise.
I wasn't here for much of the against the storm stuff.
I could be a god. I don't mean to talk myself up, but sure.
You were doing that as like a separate stream for a while, for like special people.
Yeah, I was really into the game, and I thought, why not?
I can't.
I want to go back and still play it more because I know I haven't done like the final challenge stuff.
Do you have a chill game? A game you just play because you need to turn your brain off for a while?
Can't.
I have a couple of those.
Can't.
Civ and Frostpunk are kind of my chill games. If I'm playing those, it's because I don't want to think.
No, I guess the storm could kind of be, but I do have to think.
Like a game I've played so
Deep
much
Rock's
where
probably the one, but I haven't really done that. I haven't played it. In
Deep
a
Rock
month or two.
requires some like reactionary time though.
If I play on difficulty 3 as Scout, I can shut my brain off. It's just 7. I've had like 500 hours on Scout.
Yeah.
It's all reaction. But I haven't played that one forever. No, I don't have many, like a game that I just do that with because I like feeling like I'm making progress on something.
But that's keeping your brain turned on all the time. You don't want to turn off?
No. Well, hell, do you know what the game I just started playing yesterday a little bit?
What? Like Civ is a weird game to call a turn off game, but I've played it so much I don't think about it anymore.
Replicube.
Yeah.
So it's a game where you have to actually write code to build something.
Yeah.
So they give you this, and you have to write code to make it that it builds this off of it.
So what language is he using?
It's kind of its own language.
That's a bit disappointing.
No, it's just all math terms, and then you're just identifying. So like, so they're saying like you're identifying C as 11, so and returning 11, so 11 is green. That's why green's within that area. But you're using numbers and whatever, and you can use loops and if statements, and you're basically trying to build it. And then they do daily challenges and stuff to try to. I just started playing this yesterday, so I've only went through the tutorial and some other things. But it's about trying to. How can you build it with as few steps as possible?
Yeah.
It's kind of neat.
have an elegant code.
So that is not a brain turn off game. That is,
No.
but to me, that actually kind of
problem solving.
It's a problem solving, but it's kind of still chill because I do a lot of that type of stuff at work. So it's kind of just like, I don't know, my brain's already wired for it.
Work. I've been
promise you
over
can.
this. Oh, you have a water here.
Just in case.
Dude,
That
my
means-
computer says 3 inches of rain Monday. That's Monday. It's a big water drop. We've been having, well, what do you expect after 2 days in the 90s?
Mm-hmm.
All that moisture from all that evaporated water's got to go somewhere.
Okay.
The whole country's kind of hot right now. We were just talking about it earlier. Even Alaska's pretty hot for Alaska right now. They got 85.
It's
in
warm
places.
now, but the last couple of years, we haven't really had much in the 90s. And if we did, it was for a very little amount of time. And we started this year having some beautiful weather for like a couple months. So I'm not complaining that we're finally getting some like hotter weather. It's just a balance.
So long as we're not running. Because who wants to be running in the 90s? Gotta play the
Scootaloo
song.
told Rainbow a secret.
Oh no.
She's like, I think that there's a cool horse I like. Well, her name is Applejack.
It's like, that's my wife.
No.
She immediately just beats up Scootaloo. I'm like, no, you cannot have my horse.
Like, no, that's my bitch. Oops, I moved that.
No, see, she's gotta marry Applejack, and then Scootaloo's gotta marry Apple Bloom.
Well,
and then
no,
they can be
Applejack
sisters.
marries Rainbow, and then Rainbow marries Scootaloo. Like,
Rainbow's gonna marry Scootaloo?
yeah, because see, Applejack married Rainbow, but Rainbow didn't marry Applejack.
Oh, okay. So
yeah, it's
Yeah.
They can like when they're
Yeah,
like
I think you can
when
do
Rainbow's
that.
like 60, it's okay then.
yeah. It's like, see, you're marrying me, but I'm not marrying you. So if you die, I get all your stuff, but you don't get my stuff. I'm getting married with
Yeah, Equestria has some really weird laws with that stuff. They don't allow polygamy?
Yeah.
But there's that loophole
Yeah.
where they can just chain together marriages, and if you end up getting at the end of the chain that like the first one marries the last one on the chain, well now they're all just on one big like they're like on a like a pony centipede of relationships.
Yeah. No, they'll enjoy that, I'm sure. It's like don't cross the rings.
Okay, I think that should be all the lip syncing.
Nothing like you. I can't fly.
You did it.
You can. I promise you can.
Oh, I gotta copy it into there too.
Now 3 inches of rain in a single storm. It depends where it hits. Like, is it gonna hit us or is it gonna hit like northern Minnesota? I don't know.
You can. I promise you
Because
can.
they're getting it this weekend. Northern Minnesota is.
I'll do the little laugh, but I'm not too worried on that.
She's fine.
We're getting to it.
Getting to fix my F up. Right, press lots of buttons, and one of them was save.
Yes, I do love that your method of like I don't know what buttons I'm supposed to hit is to just keep hitting buttons until something happens.
Until the thing I want happens, and then I know I've learned, and then I'll have to relearn for next time. Because my brain does not hold things.
Nothing.
Nolan pulled it out.
What did you pull out, Nolan?
Michael, that was 3 years ago.
What? Let's not think about it.
Nothing like you. I can't fly.
We're never supposed to say the dates.
I did.
You did. You did the faux pas.
Opa.
What?
Okay, so school right now has marks
I think
here.
the coolest storm, and I think we probably all remember it here, was the one time we were back at the old place, and there was a lightning storm where the sky was just, it was almost like a flickering day because there was so much lightning.
Like you.
It was crazy. I took video of it. This is madness. The sky is just on fire.
Yeah, I had the video. I pulled it up before.
I think there was a tornado warning around there, but you were streaming, and I was like, we should go.
Yeah, but you said that before of like when we went to go out to eat on last Monday, and you're like, we need to go out really quick.
The sirens were blaring.
I heard nothing.
Not there, but the last time at the.
Oh no, this one like you're freaking out, and it didn't even rain.
I wasn't freaking out. I was hopeful.
You were freaking out.
I was hoping.
You said the tornadoes are coming.
Yeah, the tornadoes are coming.
Like the mafia was after you or something.
I'm always kind of hopeful I'll get to see one. I think they're neat.
Well, then go to like the Great Plains and like do some weird crap there.
They happen here. You just gotta wait for them. They'll show up.
I've never seen a tornado.
Me neither.
Then why do you think you're gonna get one now?
I don't know. The hope. Like optimism.
Fly.
I don't want it to hurt no one, but just like hang out in a park or something nearby. The little one. It can destroy tornadoes. You can destroy that playground over there. I don't care about the playground. It's city property. It's whatever.
If it was that close, it's gonna do damage to here.
No, it's gonna.
It throws crap, and there's gonna be at least one cow in every tornado. It's a requirement.
Maybe you'll get a new swing set.
I just got a new swing.
Whatever lands in your yard is yours. Pretty sure that's tornado rules. Just hope for a nice car. Nobody in it. That would be sad.
Apparently, like as SciShow did this big thing about like moon rocks, like the stealing of one of them. Yeah, it's kind of an interesting story, but they were talking about somebody had apparently there was like a building burned down. And like the janitor or whatever, because like the moon rock was missing. And then years later, he found out that he had it. And he was like, well, but it's mine because I found it in the fire. And they're like, no, because we have proof that after the fire, it was alive and it was there. And then you took it. Like, anybody was just trying to say like, I found this rock and it's my rock.
You just had a moon rock, which is not a simple thing to just, acquire.
There was the one security guard. It was a guy that's hired at NASA as a detective, and he decided that they were going to focus on trying to find rocks, or whatever, but that it was too expensive to try to do such, like to try to find every little thing. So he was teaching at a school, and as part of that program, he said, "Your whatever is to find a moon rock."
Yeah.
And he thought it was just going to be like a whatever and nothing would have come from it. But they found a ton of them. Yeah. Like, it was kind of crazy like how well that worked.
Well, I mean,
because there's a lot that we're missing. But it's not just moon rocks. It's Apollo moon rocks. Specifically, those are the ones that mean something.
How many other moon rocks have we collected since Apollo?
Since Apollo?
Yeah.
China just brought back like 3 kilograms.
Did they?
Yeah.
They had a probe bring them?
Yeah, they went to the dark side of the moon, which is pretty fucking cool. I thought
India was the one who went to the dark side.
No, China did.
Okay.
There's other countries have, and there have been other whatever, but the specifically Apollo missions themselves are just well known and whatever. And those
are the only times people went to the moon.
But so it's not just having a moon rock. You also have to show the trail of a proven trail of where you got it from.
Yeah.
So then that's what matters.
Just find a really nice rock, call it a moon rock. Who will know the difference? Nobody. That's who. Hug that horse already. Jeez. Somebody needs to hug that horse.
She doesn't want to hug. She's an introvert.
Scootaloo.
Yeah.
That is a lie.
She doesn't want touches.
She hugs
Respect
all the time.
The scooter boundaries.
She wants Rainbow Dash hugs, I bet.
CMC hugs she's okay with.
What about her aunts? Are they allowed to give her hugs?
I don't think she has a choice.
I think this thing's falling off again.
What are you doing?
I didn't do nothing.
What are you doing?
It was hanging there.
Don't touch my stuff.
Your stuff's falling apart.
No, this is like backwards or something.
I didn't do nothing. It was
it's supposed
hanging.
to be like this. Okay. Jesus, you're breaking my thing.
Break nothing. He's lying, chat. I'm helping.
Oh, Nellen. No touchy. He's touching my audio.
The horses need to touch Nolan.
I need to get like some magnets in there or something. How's Nolan doing?
Yeah.
How's your new shower?
You got a new shower?
He knows what I'm talking about. Did Silver like the new shower?
See, now I'm concerned. You can't just show up with a new shower.
You're getting it Saturday. Okay.
I see. See, I don't believe this is a normal shower now.
You got a fancy thing. Where are you gonna put it?
It's not going in the bathroom. It's a shower, right?
I have no idea. What are you gonna use it for? Or is it just repeat what you just said?
I'm
I can't fly.
I'm afraid. I'm afraid to ask.
Does Silver know you got it? Living room monolith.
Skoot-skoot-loo.
Silver likes it, but says we don't have room. Okay, I just want to make sure. No, he got a like a super tall server rack.
Oh,
Because I told you this already.
I believe you.
Yeah. So no, he got like the really tall server rack, but it's like what he was like. I don't know where I'm gonna put this. And I was just like, you can bake in a shower because it's just a little thing. So I mean, it's cool. I like it. It says compact on it too. That's kind of old school. I'd have to get rid of my pony stuff to fit it. No, you put the pony stuff in it. You get like racks, and then you put the ponies in there. You can make it a display case. But it's really hard to see the stuff. But
I can't fly.
Police called to investigate alleged LGBTQ propaganda at Russian My Little Pony convention. They're not nice to those people. This was last year, though.
you're looking at
Old
horse news,
news.
but it feels like you're getting into just things that have already happened.
Can't.
No, it happened more recently again. My Little Pony inspiring the next generation. Is the marketing of women's sports falling short? Why is that all part of the same headline?
Can't.
See, I'm not crazy. That's the weird headline. What does women's like sports have to do with My Little Pony?
Can't fly. I can't fly. Can't.
Oh, role models? Who gets their role models from My Little Pony? Which My Little Pony character is a role model for being sporty?
Pinkie Pie.
Yeah, it's definitely Pinkie Pie. No one else. No, they're basically saying there's not a whole lot of like characters in women's entertainment that encourages sports. But My Little Pony is one of them. For female empowerment. And somebody wrote a whole thing about it. It's kind of crazy. That's only
Yeah, because it gets views, like yours.
mine specifically. They were always out for my.
They're looking for the bronies.
Yeah. They're out there. It's good to see a bit of praise going to Pony.
Pony
Here.
praise.
Can't fly.
That was all the Australian broadcasting. I was talking about that. Which is always confusing because their news, their main media is ABC News. which not to be confused with American Broadcasting Channel. It's Australian Broadcasting Channel, but they do good media work, so I am familiar with them.
Fly.
You're just gonna have to give all your pony stuff to me, Nolan, but I'll be sad because you gave away all your pony stuff. So
He's already given you stuff and you haven't cared.
I do care. I'm trying to get him to take the shirt, Nolan. Tell him to take the shirt. It won't fit me. No, I'm gonna set that up this weekend.
You said that last weekend.
I didn't have time. I don't know that I'll have time this weekend. It takes a while to set up a phone.
It doesn't.
It does.
How long does it take?
10 years.
You're gonna do that in a weekend?
Yes. I'm super cool like that.
Fly. Fly.
No, and all you have to say.
It takes like 5 minutes, all automated now. Yeah, it's so much easier than it used to be.
What about all my illegal stuff? Can I get that all on there? My cracked programs.
Fly. Fly.
The copious amounts of pony images. Photos from half a lifetime ago.
Half-Life?
No.
Well, the photos you shouldn't just leave on your phone anyway.
Well,
you should be every at least 3 to 6 months getting them off your phone, because if your phone gets ran over, it's just all gone.
I don't really care if they all disappear.
Well, then why do you care about transferring them?
I don't.
Then don't do it.
But I need to complain.
It's because you save so much horse on there.
There's so much horse.
And all the horse that is already on the web that you can go to, but you're just afraid people are going to take it down.
I just read the illegal ponies story, Nolan. They're only illegal in Russia, which is not really a far cry. They are kind of illegal in Russia. I think on they're still, you can still watch them on streaming platforms in Russia, but they're labeled M for mature for LGBTQ content.
I can't.
Which I mean,
fly.
it's such, yes, it's there, but it's not like a focal point. It's enough for them to freak out about, I guess.
Fly.
Those two girl horses are holding hooves. Shut it down.
Fly. I can't fly.
What other pony news we got, other than it being incredibly empowering to women in the sports? Because, yeah, I don't there's not a whole lot of women's entertainment that I can think of that's sports focused or has sporty characters.
Yeah, well, it's probably gotten a little bit better, but most stuff focused on women is the stuff that we consider to be the woman stuff.
Well, I mean, you have superheroes, but
most of those are still focused towards males. Actual everything is focused towards males. The marketing of everything is if they go and sell merch, they're more than likely going to be highlighting men's shirts over women's shirts first. It's still such a whether or not something is right or what people want, they're going to go with the majority, and the majority says that women want frou-frou stuff.
Yeah, but men want sporty ponies.
But then they just make it so then the people that aren't the majority are kind of screwed.
Fly.
Does the majority not want sporty ponies? Because I think sporty ponies are awfully cute. No, I think this whole video is just filled with sporty ponies.
Can't fly.
You can.
I like you. I can't fly. I like you. I can't fly. I like you. I can't fly.
Okay.
Like you. I can't fly.
Closer look at Hey Dude X My Little Pony.
Fly. I can't fly.
What the
Thank
heck
you.
is
I
that?
can't fly.
You can. I promise.
Gotta find ponies on the internet.
Nothing
Yeah,
like
that's not
you.
really coming up. I don't know what that was.
I can't fly.
Oh, that's an old one. I think this one kind of made the rounds for a while.
Nothing like you. I can't fly like you.
Look, Fox News, always with the best coverage.
I love how you showed me your phone with like 3.5 articles
Just
on it, trying to have me
this
read
one.
through to find which one you're looking at. And now you're cutting words off.
You're never happy.
Has gone woke. It always was woke.
Yeah, that's Fox. So
Nothing like
they
you.
need to make sure
can't
people know
fly. Can't
society is collapsing. You know, it's all the ponies'
Nothing
fault.
like you. Nothing like
Snow pity is not approved and allowed in Russia. I'm pretty sure that is strictly banned, Nolan. If you come in with even an ounce of snow pity, you go directly to Siberia.
Go directly to jail. Do not pass go.
There is zero snow pity.
Oh, I can't really use other positions. Oh, no, I can, because I'm just going from the base position on that one. No, I'd probably got to make it fresh. I need to just make Rainbow move a little bit.
nothing like
More snow pity.
Nope. Nintendo Switch has a Nintendo Life article about the My Little Pony game. The bad one. The one that was like rushed out.
I don't know if it was rushed out, but they didn't put the time into it that any game should have.
It definitely seemed tacked together from bits of the first one and then hastily created. It's like they did the animatics for a lot of the animations. My favorite thing in that whole thing is anytime they wanted the characters to turn or change direction, they would just have something go in front of them, and then they would, when the thing had left, they would have turned because they didn't want to animate them turning.
Mm-hmm. But for a kid, they're not going to care or notice.
Yeah.
like you.
Can you imagine if you did that for all your videos? People would just so call out that shit.
But
You do swap scenes sometimes to make quick turns.
yeah, I do that a lot, but that's kind of a easier way to do it. I mean, if you want to have eyes change position, you normally have them blink.
Yeah.
But that's just kind of standard.
But they would just,
That's how your eyes worked.
anytime they needed a pony to turn, they would just cheap it out so hard.
Nothing like you.
So I found one Happy Horse article today. The sporty one.
And when was that written?
3 weeks ago.
Oh, okay. So you did find something recent.
Yeah, it's new. That one was nice. It was basically just being like, there needs to be more girls' entertainment that focuses on characters who are really into sports. And they're like, My Little Pony is an excellent example.
There wasn't a focus on, but they had them of equal value of sports or anything.
Well, they had characters who very much focused sports,
But
specifically Rainbow Dash.
Whether they were male or female, the theme of the whole show wasn't towards the traditional female anything.
Yeah.
It was just 6 people living.
Yeah.
Some of them, I mean, the rarity was definitely more female focused, the standard, but then you still had Rainbow,
Yeah.
which was more of the
There was a
others.
balance of different personality types. I think I'm just starting to understand. My Little Pony Friendship's Magic might have been a good show.
I think you're biased, though, so...
Why? Am I biased because it's a good show?
No, but I'm thinking that you are looking at it from a position of where, when I go and just here, Michael. Here's a test.
Yeah. It's half yours.
See,
Yeah, but I can say.
but if I did it with Paw Patrol,
I can say that the first season, for certain, of Gen 5 was pretty awful. Pony Life was okay. Later seasons of Gen 5 were better. But I can say Gen 4 as a whole, like Friendship is Magic, it was just a good show. It had its ups and downs, but it was a good show.
Like you.
Excellent premise, excellent world, excellent characters. To not like My Little Pony in my mind, and I know this is where the bias comes in, you have to try to not to enjoy it. Like, even if you don't go out of your way to watch Gilligan's Island, if you sit down and watch an episode of Gilligan's Island, 95% of people are going to enjoy Gilligan's Island. It's a fun, good, campy show. This is a very good show, which I would say the same thing, but there are pre-biases, I think, that keep a lot of people from enjoying it. What is happening with the butt? You just knew I was ranting again, so you distracted me with butt. Well, it works. Point is, go watch Gilligan's Island. Just sit right back and hear a tale of a fateful trip that started from this traffic port aboard this tiny ship. Gotta watch it.
I think you need to just leave space in your head for like useful things.
The captain was a mighty sailor, man.
And we're like, Michael, make sure you pick up this tomorrow, and you can't remember that, but you can remember Gilligan's Island theme.
7 castaways for a 3-hour tour. A 3-hour tour. See, it started getting rough. The tiny ship was tossed. If not for the efforts of the fearless crew, the minnow would be lost. The minnow would be lost. I watched a lot of Gilligan's Island as a kid.
I watched actually quite a bit, but I didn't memorize.
I didn't get a choice.
Songs. You didn't get a choice to memorize
as
it?
a child. My brain sponged up everything, and then I hit about like 20, and it stopped. It was full of theme songs from TV Land, Nick at Night.
Yeah, you could have been anything, but
do 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 do. Got the themes on to Bewitched and I Dream of Jeannie. It was the same song. They really cheaped out on that.
they got the rights and they called it good.
Lucy. Watch a lot of Lucy and Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? Got some work to do now.
I didn't watch much of those. Lucy's definitely great. Oh, if you're talking like I Love Lucy anyway.
Yeah, there was
I Love Lucy's great.
I think there were 3 different Lucy series in all. I Love Lucy's the first one. And then I think there was one where they moved that was a little later, and it was only Lucy and Ethel. It was basically... It was supposed to be that they moved to a new house and Ricky and what's his name were still around, but in reality he was dead, and Lucy had already divorced Desi Lou at that point, but they still pretended they were like just off on golf trips and stuff, and they just hung out around the house. That one wasn't as popular, but it was in color, which was pretty big. I think the other one was just called the Lucy Desi Comedy Hour or something like that. You know, fun fact, if it wasn't for Lucille Ball, there would have been no Star Trek.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think you were aware of that.
No, I just know that you just like spouting out random nonsense that your brain somehow sponges up because you're like, validate this.
Since I says, yeah, because somebody knows. Lucy Desi production studios actually were launched season 1 of Star Trek, but before it aired, they sold the studio to Paramount. But it still aired, and then Paramount continued it after for 2 more seasons. But without their initial green light, Star Trek would have never happened.
I think I can call this one good.
So if you next time you're watching Star Trek, think Lucille Ball.
Promise you can.
I liked the OG series because it was like that after the World War II cookie cutter house, like Fallout.
You can.
Yes, whatever you just said, Nolan.
You can.
No, I was surprised to find out later in life that the first.
I'm gonna go get a drink. You want a drink?
Sure.
What do you want?
Surprise me. Because I know there's not much options left. Yeah, I was surprised to find out that the original Star Trek series only had 3 seasons, and then the majority of the original Star Trek is the movies, or maybe not the majority, but half of it is just the movies, which there were a few of them. It sounds better in my head. Most things sound better in my head as well. There's no one here to dehydrate. You gotta wait till he gets back. He's getting booze already, Nolan. He wants to be an alcoholic. And I won't stop him, and I'll join him in the fun. I'm gonna play with this fidget toy. Try not to break it. There we go. Star Trek OG was the first sci-fi show that the science was based on actual theory rather than fictional science. I don't know. How much of Lost in Space kind of like followed what people thought the future was going to be based on the present? Because a lot of what was in Lost in Space ended up being like the premise for retro sci-fi, which is what like a lot of Fallout's based around. And I don't know how like some of it, like robots and stuff, definitely in their early stages of existing. But I felt like Lost in Space was like trying to at least grasp what they thought the future was going to be. Yeah. But like Star Trek sometimes had gods in space, or at least pseudo gods and stuff. Or what about the episode where they all get attacked by toupees? So many toupees. I want to do something pony. I want that to be done with pony. That would be an excellent. Just they open up like the cabinets and ponies fall out instead of those little furry ball things. They're just ponies everywhere. They're invading the ship. They just keep making more ponies. They're breeding at a crazy rate. Just ponies everywhere. Open up the dresser, it's just full of ponies. What were those things called? I can't remember. It was like turbles or something. Tribbles. I think it was tribbles. Yeah, just replace the tribbles with ponies. How many 6 terabyte hard drives do you want me to bring up north? Nolan, keep your hard drives. Those are your hard drives. Stop giving us things. Bring yourself. That's all you need to bring. What did you do? Dark and Stormy. We were just talking about the Tribbles episode. You know the one from Star Trek?
I know the episode. I haven't seen it though.
You need to do that, but instead of like when they open up drawers, Tribbles fall out and stuff, and Tribbles are everywhere, just be ponies. Have ponies just falling out of like the ceiling, and it's becoming a real problem for Captain Kirk.
So like this is with the good ginger beer.
Oh yeah, it's definitely got a bit more of a kick to it.
It's Fever Trees. It's way spicier, but then it comes in smaller cans. You can put more booze in each drink.
Yeah. No, if you want to make your own ginger beer, I can get you the ginger next time I'm at the store, and I'll give you a carboy, and you can see what happens.
No, I mean I can get the stuff like in that regards. I don't re-grab it anything until I like decide whether.
That's
or not
what I'm
I want
asking.
To. This is my drink for right now.
Yeah, until you get bored of it, like I did with the meat.
But you can also like make Moscow mules with it, because I mean that the difference between a dark and stormy and a Moscow mule is instead of dark rum, you use vodka. That's it.
No.
We have mule glasses down here.
Fun fact, fan fiction and shipping was invented by the Trekkies. Yeah, I believe it. Trekkies are one of the older, like, super fandoms. Probably the first super fandom. That wasn't just a religion.
Yes, it wasn't the first sci-fi fandom. Religion was the first sci-fi fandom, but
it was the first time.
Drink this fast. I mean, it's pretty.
I'm sipping it.
There's like 2 shots in there.
It's good.
How many 6 terabytes do you want me to bring up north? Oh, I know. I personally don't need 6 terabytes anymore. I was doing 6.
I kind of do, but I don't want to. No.
You were doing 1 hard drive. You specifically said that.
Oh yeah, no, I don't want a hard drive.
Yeah. No, I don't need 6 terabytes anymore. I'm doing, yeah, you're upgrading to 12. That's kind of what I'm doing too. I originally did 6 because I was trying to go cheap just to get something done quick. But now, 12 terabyte tends to be the sweet spot for price. So I think I don't know if it's changed at all. And unless I do want to upgrade to like getting a JBOD and getting that full setup, but that is kind of a scary risk because I basically have to like pull my whole server apart and then like move everything across and hope that it all connects fine. I know that there's a oh, thank you very much, Scope. And yeah, there's the phase. Thank you very much for 30 months on a 14-month streak too. Thank you very much. That's I was gonna say that was 2 years. No, 14 is just over 1. There's a place north of me that you can buy used server equipment, and they have JBODs there that are actually like, I don't think they're NetApp. They're pretty easy in regard, and they'll help you if you have any questions for setup. But it's all used stuff, and I think it was a few $100. But you could buy it on eBay, and normally shipping's expensive, but you can just pick up from their building, and they are like 7 miles from me. So I've been wanting to just buy one from them and try to get it hooked up. And you can even buy the SAS card to get it hooked up. And I think that would allow, I think it's 12 or 15 drives. Right now I'm at 8 drives. And so if I upgrade it at all, I want to, like, I have full 12s across. No, not full 12s. I have a bunch of 6s. But I want to at least get it where I can get like 4 more hard drives, because if I put 4 12s in there and add like 48, I'll be good for quite a while. I only have, I think, 6 terabytes left on my server. So I have to start thinking about that.
Hello, Scope.
I said hi to him.
No, I'm saying hi because he looks grumpy.
He's always grumpy.
No, he looks at the horses and then he thinks about them smooching and then he gets less grumpy.
You can.
And if he wasn't, he is
I
now.
promise you can.
So he can't be
you can.
grumpy.
I promise.
Nobody can be grumpy when horses are smooching.
You can. Promise you can. Promise you can.
Kiss hasn't posted any ponies today. I think he might be dead. Which is sad. Oh, I'm glad it's the weekend. At least I'll be able to sleep in a little bit tonight. I won't, but I have the option.
We have to be there at 10. It takes 20 minutes to get there. And if it starts at 10, that means you'll leave at 9:40. That's not that early.
No, that's why I'm saying I'm going to get to sleep in.
Yeah, like you said, that's not that bad. If you get up and shower and eat, that's 40 minutes, and so out the door.
You know what I ate this morning for breakfast?
Rice Krispie bar.
One of the uncooked sausages. I cooked it, but it was one of the raw ones.
Why did you call it the uncooked sausage?
Because you know the difference between the cooked ones and the uncooked ones. I got one of the uncooked ones and I cooked it in the microwave.
Oh, the raw meat ones.
Yeah.
Why?
Because it was like one in a pack by itself.
Oh, okay.
And I was like, so I cooked it from raw in a microwave, which is, it turned out okay. I had to cook it for like 2 minutes, but.
Dysentery.
It's fine. Mostly fine. You don't care about beavers. Oh, we can be friends. Beavers are cool.
That against the story that I could see.
You're like, yeah.
Well, they
stupid beavers.
It probably was something was going bad, and the beavers weren't happy with me. So like they were doing the to lose a beaver, and I'm just like, I don't give a fuck about the beavers.
Wow.
I have stacks of mini PC that are actually pretty powerful, so I'm moving over to them for Proxmox nodes, and all to storage is on my 8-bay QNAP. Yeah, I need to get something like that because like right now, the problem I have with all my drives is they're all in one big server rack, but they're in where it has a bunch of vertical. Not vertical, it's horizontal, but I have to mount them to a bracket thing that goes into the drive. So I have to screw them to the bracket, then put that bracket in and screw that in, and all the cables are immensely difficult and messy. So if I have to do anything in there, it's just always a complete mess, and the cords are wrapped around everywhere, and trying to run like 8 hard drives, SATA cables and everything is just such a headache. So I want to move to a JBOD so that, because if I literally can't add any more hard drives, and I'm at the point now where it's probably going to be in about, well, I've done a little bit of difference on how some of the video is recorded and stuff. I mean, I don't record the camera and stuff separate anymore, so it's slowed down a little bit, but it's still going to be like in 6 to 9 months I'm going to start really running into issues, so I need to start thinking about that.
I got a D-bod.
A what?
A D-bod.
A dad bod?
Yeah, Jim Gaffigan's level, but no kids, so it's sad. But I still want to eat bacon. I got lots of bacon for this weekend.
For what?
Collard greens. Actually, no. I couldn't find collard greens, so I got mustard greens. It's the same thing.
Then why are they not called the same?
Because different plants.
Then they're not the same thing.
They're the same thing.
No, they're not the same thing.
Turnip greens, collard greens, mustard greens. Greens.
If they were the same thing, they'd be called the same thing. Southern logic is just so fucking weird. They taste
the same. Especially after you boiled them with bacon.
Oh man, I feel the pain. I labeled both ends of my SAS SATA cables to try to keep track of my own server. Yeah, I have little labels on the cables and stuff too, but it's a 4U case that has a 4060 in it, the normal cooler stuff, a network drive, or like a RAID card to connect everything. Used to have a capture card in there too, but actually that's not there anymore. And then all the hard drive, it's just way too much in one little package. I have to, if I get those hard drives out of there, that thing would be running way cooler. And it would just, if a drive fails, I don't have to like tear the whole thing apart and then hope I figure out which one's right, because that's the other thing is I don't know which drive is which. There's no way for me to like look at a drive. I numbered them, but I can't remember if the numbers match up to Unraid or not. I think it does, but I wouldn't even trust that 100%. I would want to like, it's just, it's a little scary if something actually goes wrong.
Sunset, we have seen Thousands of Beavers, and I absolutely loved it.
Speaking of beavers, you guys seen that crazy movie 1000? Yeah, we watched it a month ago.
Yeah, and I lost my shit. That movie was fantastic.
There was a lot of blue screen towards the end. I would say, like early in the movies, it was kind of just
people in fursuits.
Yeah, it was. It was not what I thought it was going to be.
It was great.
I only probably saw about half of it
because you weren't watching.
Yeah, I was talking. We were looking at Jupiter.
Yeah.
I like talking at the fire pit. So if I'm talking with people, I'm going to prioritize.
It's Kyle. You've talked to him before. I'm going to talk to him again tomorrow.
He didn't show up yesterday.
He did not.
He said he was going on.
He didn't. Sure, he has a good excuse, which he will tell you. Did enjoy it. Just for the you who have seen it, I think when the holy shit part came up, I about came out of my chair.
You can.
The entire movie, no talking, no words, nothing, just sounds, and then 50 minutes into the film,
You can.
holy shit.
And that's the only words ever spoken.
Yeah, and I just what was happening in the moment just made me lose my goddamn shit.
Yeah, you died.
I did.
Promise you can. You can. Promise you can.
So good. It's when I go to see my family, it's the one movie I kind of want to watch with them, one way or another.
Wait, what is other? Tie them to
Clockwork
chairs?
Orange, yeah.
Okay.
You can.
But I feel like I'll get the same thing I got when we watched it. Is a lot of people not paying attention because they don't know what the movie is,
Promise you can.
and then by the time they realize what it is, they'll have missed half of it. But you know what? That's life. I need to find more pony news. I don't know how much pony news there is anymore.
Promise you can.
I need to read that one that just says G6 is coming out. It's out now. Go watch it. Stop what you're doing and go watch Pony 6. New pones.
You can.
Super cool rad pones with backwards hats
Promise you can.
and baggy jeans. Very 90s. This drink you mixed, it's strong.
You can.
I told you, it's like about 2 shots of rum in there.
Yeah.
I mean, the drink that they actually put it in is white. So,
Yeah.
but I like the sharpness on it because normally I drink too fast if it's very sweet, but when it's sharp or spicy ginger, I'll drink it much slower.
You can.
At least I will.
I'm going a little faster than you, but you're busy, kinda.
Promise you can. Promise you can.
Hi, Michael. There was the same. How dare. Collard greens is water based. Mustard greens is mustard sauce. What are you talking about? It's not even the mustard seeds, Nolan. It's the leafy part of the plant.
Can.
They are the same. They're just the leafy part of very similar plants.
No, they're saying collard greens are made with water. Mustard greens are made with mustard. He's making a joke.
Fight me. I've been drinking, Nolan. From Kentucky, we're very sensitive about our greens. He told me he didn't even eat greens until I came up here.
Collard greens?
Yeah.
Yeah, I never.
Or mustard greens or turnip greens.
No, well, collard greens.
I fed you them all.
Unless you can't find collard greens at just any grocery store either around here. It's just not it's a southern thing.
No, they're at Hy-Vee.
No, they're not.
They absolutely are. I bought them in the bag.
No, you don't. They're not. I asked the Starbucks employees.
Yeah. They're around. I do think.
No, you probably are like, you probably go to the back and you're like, hey, can I see the special stock?
Yes.
And then you go back there, they got their collard greens. I mean, they got the marijuana and coke back there too, but the collard greens are what
I
people go
do
back there
get
for.
the sense that sometimes I go up to check out and they'll make comments about, wow, collard greens, which makes me think a lot of the time collard greens are put on the shelf as a space filler. And I'm like the guy who actually buys them. But they're tasty.
I like the idea of, like, normally if you bring up like jalapenos and onions, they can look at it and go, I know what that is, and do the thing. Collard greens, if it doesn't have a label, they're probably like,
They pull out the sheet every time.
really?
And they'll look at me and be like, what is this?
Do they?
Yeah.
I have bought so much vegetables there, but none of them have questions. And they have to verify what manner of food this is.
Yeah, well, collard greens, mustard greens, turnip greens all look very similar. So,
But see, like, would you, if you just got a bag of carrots, would you be fine eating the carrot?
yeah,
How about celery?
yeah,
Collard greens?
no,
See, if it's food that you have to mix with other food.
they need to be boiled at the very least.
Promise you.
You have to cook them. They are a very tough leaf.
Promise you can.
You're not going to eat a raw potato either. So,
No, but I can cook it, but like collard greens,
you have to add something to a potato. You're not going to eat just potato.
you can.
You can just eat collard greens too, but you're not gonna.
But potato isn't a vegetable.
feel
Potato
like
is,
it is.
potato is the bread of vegetables.
But, I mean, it's a starch.
It's heavy in the calories.
You know,
That's why the Martian, he ate it.
he did. Is that the one with Christopher Lloyd?
Huh?
The Martian. The movie. What Martian are you talking about?
The one with like Leonardo DiCaprio.
What? Oh, that wasn't Leonardo DiCaprio. That was Matt Damon.
Sure, they're the same person.
They kind of are.
Yeah, they, in my mind, they're always the same person. Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Which one are you thinking?
The Christopher Lloyd one, where he ate ice cream and talked about the ocean.
What movie is this?
The Martian. Oh no, my favorite Martian. It's still a Martian.
Is that a black and white movie?
No, Christopher Lloyd is not in black and white films that I'm aware of. He is old. But I think he first appeared in Taxi, and that was in color. Yeah, it's all color. He's right on the edge of black and white. So maybe.
Oh my god.
He's been in a lot of stuff. He's old.
1973 in Camera 3.
That
I don't think
color
that's-
existed.
I don't think that's him, but a weekly examination of the arts and literature on Sunday mornings that there was more likely to be an honest interest in such matters. Okay.
He was in it like as like
He probably was some like background something.
character.
That looks black and white though.
That scene does, yes.
Oh my god.
It was okay. He was in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest,
Yes.
but that's not black and white.
But the front cover is.
Oh,
What did he do in this one?
he had probably one of the mental patients. Probably the first real thing he was ever in. Is that him? I thought I saw a picture of him.
No,
Oh, Danny DeVito's in it too.
I kind of want to see where like he is. Oh yeah, that's Danny DeVito. Oh my god.
That's a young Danny DeVito.
Oh
That's
my
probably where they met
God.
for Taxi. Look at him. He's a young ass man. There he is.
What?
No, wait, that's Jack Nicholson.
Yeah, that's Jack Nicholson.
I'm looking for Christopher Lloyd. He's gonna be young too. No. It's gonna be hard to tell. That's a lot of Jack Nicholson. I didn't get any other people were in the movie You probably have to type in his name and One Flew on the Cuckoo's Nest and like Google image and it'll bring him up. But that's Danny DeVito there. That's crazy.
He's super young.
He's so young.
That's why I feel like this should be black and white. I was hoping to just like run across him, but I'm
He
not
might be the guy with the beard, and if that's the case, I ain't gonna recognize.
No, there he is.
Okay. Yeah, look at him. But Danny DeVito is actually even more jarring.
Yeah, no, that for sure. Well, that was 1970.
I've never seen that movie.
I have it on the Plex.
I have to watch it. It's got a lot of good.
It's rated really well.
Making their start too, because that's Danny DeVito and Christopher Lloyd's probably like breakout. I'm sure Jack Nicholson was already in some stuff by that point, but it was early in his career too.
That was 50 years ago.
Oh yeah, I think they saw Jack Nicholson come out of his house for the first time in 2 years, and the cameras were like ready for him. It's kind of weird.
Is he still alive?
Jack Nicholson, yeah, he's alive.
He's got to be.
He hasn't done anything in a few years.
Well, because he's. Ugh.
But Danny DeVito's still doing crap, and he's old.
Like in this movie, how old was he? Because he looks like he was like in his late 30s or something. 1937.
Yeah, so he's old. He's alive.
But yeah, I mean that puts him at 12 years shy of 100, so he's 88.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's up there. That can't be recent.
Pretty sure he's fairly retired. Now, I saw a recent photo of him, and he looks rough.
No, Jack Nicholson was a great actor.
He's put on a bunch of weight, and he's just disheveled.
Well, yeah, but when you're.
But he's allowed to be. He's old. He just wants to be left alone. It's like thick spinach. Yeah, like I don't know that like spinach is a green, but spinach definitely turns to mush when you boil it, which is why I used to eat a lot of canned spinach when I was a kid, and then I got some in the more recent. I did not enjoy eating it. As a kid, I didn't care, but the canned spinach is rough.
There's a few vegetables that are canned and they're okay. Like corn in a can, perfectly fine. And
asparagus is okay.
Green beans.
Yeah.
The French style that I use for hot dish, because French style you can't get non-canned really. I would definitely prefer fresh green beans, like sauteed.
I've never eaten beets out of it, except out of
chitlins. I don't know if I ever cooked.
I mean, technically I did, because I just had a sausage earlier today, and it was in the chitlins is just like, you know how they make good sausage in the pork intestines? They use the actual intestines. Yeah. Chitlins is just the intestines.
Oh, yeah.
So if you really like the casings in...
No, I don't.
Like sausage.
I'm not gonna eat the food or the wrapper for my food.
Sure if they're cooked up right. I've never had them by themselves, but I know what they are, and technically I've eaten them because I've had good sausage.
They smell awful when you cook them. Yeah, Michael knows how to like cook awful smelling food.
What are you talking about? Well,
there you go.
You're upset about the Limburger again.
It just smells so bad.
I think it smells like delicious. Limburger cheese is a good, tasty cheese.
But it smells like butt, and my brain can't take the smell away from the taste.
You know, you could become very popular if you started associating the smell of butt with good. So
yeah, and then I would just be a fly.
I've had haggis in Scotland. When I was in Scotland, I had haggis. It was good.
That's one of those things of, yeah, if you're there, and that's kind of
it's not like it sounds bad, but if you like freaking chopped up pig shoved inside of pig intestines for sausage, the idea of chopped up sheep shoved inside of sheep stomach really isn't a far cry. So if you like one, why wouldn't you enjoy the other? I thought it was tasty. I enjoyed it. Gotta go again because they just started back up Brony Scott, which is why I went the first time. Want to go to Brony Scott? Let's go to Brony Scott.
I'd rather travel to travel and not travel because there's horse.
Yeah, you say that, but then you don't.
I'm saving up my PTO.
Mm-hmm.
I have 3 weeks.
No,
I have I'm 2.5 weeks cashed in or stocked.
You need something to do when you get there. Why not do horse?
Well, usually when you're traveling to see things, the things you're doing is to see things.
Yeah, you go to experience the culture.
No, I sometime in the next year I want to try to get the trip to Iceland, but I don't know vacation wise because I don't want to go for 2 weeks, but then have it be where I'm have no vacation left. So I'm trying to make sure I have enough cash. But I'm also in the next year wanting to potentially take a trip to DC and do the DC run through.
Yeah.
But that just kind of depends on whether or not it's on fire or not. So
yeah,
so
I don't
we'll
know. I might try to jump the fence if I'm there. I don't trust myself.
I just want to see. There's just so much history in so much tight area.
Yeah.
And I do want to see that, and that's you could do as a weekend trip. Just go from a Thursday through Sunday or something.
Limburger and Durain. Yeah, I can make that specifically for him. Just a mixture of the smell of body odor and old sweat socks, just mixed together into a delicious smoothie. Still,
why? What, okay, would you eat it?
No, that's for you.
No, you can't do that.
I made this for you. You gotta drink it. It's like I said, though, if you like sausage, Sunset, it would be weird not to enjoy haggis. It's just basically a giant sheep sausage. It's tasty.
The name of it could be better.
It's fun. It's a fun.
It's haggis.
Right. Scooter boot. Looks like she's shimmying yeah, Scooter, dance with me. Let's go.
She's shaking her boobies.
That's not where they're at. What are you doing? Horse. I still feel for the bronies who are yeah, this is my waifu. I was like, that's weird, dude. That's gross. It's she's a full grown adult horse. That just, okay, she just magically turned into a high schooler. So now it's extra weird. Darn it. How could you do this to me?
How could this happen to me?
It's like this horse owns her own business. Oh, and now she's 16. Darn it. Sunset, though, she was definitely 35 in that high school. She had to have gone through that portal. I think all the comics very much suggested she went through the portal when Twilight was still a full. You think the principal would catch on that that high school student's been going here for 15 years? Strange. But oh well, I got better things to do. La 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 la. It's I'm not paid to care. I do kind of remember in high school there was some kids who would, after they had graduated, would show up to the high school to see if they couldn't catch their friends who were still in high school, which I think the staff generally ignored it to a point. Like, it's like, okay, they're a year out. That is their friends. They're at lunch, whatever. But I'm sure if there was like 25-year-olds coming in the room, they would have reacted differently.
Hello, fellow kids.
Hello, fellow kids.
Michael Buscemi.
Mm-hmm.
The Smithsonian is amazing. Well, the Smithsonian, a lot of the statues and monuments, there's just tons of museums in that whole area.
Didn't a lot of it get decommissioned recently? Or taken down?
I'm not sure. I know
Parts he didn't like.
the White House is a fun thing to go through, but you have to like apply a couple months ahead of time, and then they run a background check, and you get a scheduled time. So you have to actually plan for that one.
I feel like I wouldn't get in. Based on some of my social media posts.
I don't know how in detail they go. And it doesn't, you going there, like, if the president is around, that can happen, but it's kind of a rarity thing. And if something else is going on, they might have to cancel or whatever. Yeah. But yeah, you can do the full walkthroughs. And that could be kind of neat.
Be like, yeah, not him. He said the president was a big fat doo-doo head.
Well, people have written a book about you too.
Yeah, I know.
And you're a big fat stupid white man.
Yeah, all true. Can't deny. You're like, listen, Scootaloo. Fly.
So this one's going to be a bit tougher of a one to actually do the keyframes for.
Dwarf in my book. Just me and the dragon. I can make more art. Silver, I'll make art of your dragon and my dwarf, and we're gonna be best friends. You just said though, I'm in the book. So I get to make art of myself and the dragon, dwarf. Dwarf and dragon. He's gonna be so muscular.
His name should be Michael Sexy Tush.
Yeah.
Of the Sexy Tush clan.
But very, very far from it. He's in the book, but you gotta stay away from that dragon. I've seen what he thinks about the dragon.
He has ye old restraining order.
But Silver, me and the dragon need to bond. That's what the book's about. My dwarf will go, it's like, you know what they say about dwarves, right? They always go too deep. It's dragon time. Dwarves bond with drakes. Well, times are changing. Oh my god, Michael.
like Silver comes on here and there, but whenever she does, you have to make it weird.
She's the one who put me in her book. She should have known what would happen.
She's, you're gonna read her book, you'd be like, I don't see anywhere where I was. Like, remember that broom that was used to shovel up that pile of shit?
Yeah, that was you.
You were a mimic that just forgot how to be a mimic.
You were slacking. Maybe I should make you human. They get unicorns. Oh, wait, you got a story where all the humans are like making smooches with the unicorns. I like this book. It's a good book. Solid 10 out of 10. It appears there are two mutually exclusive choices: fulfill Michael's requests or get punished. No. I only Add to the enjoyment. Why is that dwarf painting those ponies different colors? You don't want to know, trust me. I know. I wish I didn't. See, it's writing itself. It's published. You've been working on more on your pirate book than your dragon series. You'll have to give
One at a time.
You'll have to give me character details, Silver, about your pirates. What kind of pirates are they? Are they after booty?
Are they stealing music? Cause bad. Har, we be the Napster pirates.
The Napsters.
I have book ADHD. Well, I can understand that, like, you get a good idea for the book and then you want to work towards it, but then the amount of time it takes to get the implementation of that good idea means that you have a different good idea, so you have to go back to the other book, but then you forgot what the first idea was, and now where the hell am I? I can't remember. And now there's pirates with your dragon, and you're like, oops, that was the wrong book. I need to delete that chapter. And then you got to stop every now and then and do some of the lewd stuff.
And books just start merging. They're like, arg, 'tis a big sexy dragon I see. Maybe he has room in his heart for me. Arg. See, I can help, Silver. If you need help writing your book, I'm right here.
Yar har fiddly dee, you are a dragon. Wrong story.
Let's go. Just gonna take a pee.
No balance. She's leaning that way, so she needs to have some kind of offset. So I'm doing
The leg.
the leg, because she's gonna go like, she can go yeet.
Make you a deckhand who's permanently on retrieving duty on a boat. People can just piss off the side.
Actually, it probably should be more that direction.
Yar har diddly dee.
Diddly dee? No diddling.
Diddly dee.
No diddling.
diddlies. Diddlies dragons. Dar. Does your pirate book have Tim Curry in it? Because every good pirate story should have Tim Curry. All the good pirate stories I've ever seen have Tim Curry, which is
well, that's
one.
probably because you watch everything Tim Curry.
Well, I mean, I don't know who that is. I'm very upset.
Why?
Silver just said she doesn't know who Tim Curry is. You know. Yes.
Commander, you've rained on my glorious parade. For this, I'm sending
Look at his
everything
face
I've
right
got
before he
with
does
you.
it.
But I won't let you have the satisfaction of catching me. I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism.
He's trying so hard not to.
Space!
Like right before he does it, he's like, he's like trying so hard not to lose his shit.
Space!
He is a god. Silver.
It's such a good. I love it. Space.
Just them trying his hardest not to completely lose his shit.
If you don't know that one, Silver? That's Tim Curry.
He is a great man.
Yeah, I know who he is. Just never knew his name. Ah, okay.
No.
It's like Clue. Clue is one of my favorite movies he's ever done.
He still does voice work, but he's definitely slowed down because of medical issues. But he's still great. He's Granny Whispers in that one show.
Is there
the Garden Wall?
Is there anybody here that has not seen Clue?
Three Musketeers, yeah.
Because I just want to play what I know somebody's going to have it because it's like one of my favorite scenes from the movie, and they probably have it just a small. No, we're good on that.
Are we? You just show him as a pirate because that's what Silver needs for her book.
Yeah, this is probably going to be in rough clip, but this is one of the best scenes in the movie.
I am your singing telegram.
It's so good. It's whoever wrote that joke, so good. It's out of context, even better, actually.
Kinda. It's sad. But no, Muppet Treasure Island, Silver. Get all of the information you need about pirate stuff from that movie.
I have that one yet.
Muppet Treasure Island is the best pirate movie ever made. Johnny Depp can suck it. Muppet Treasure Island all day.
Yeah. Do you know if I have that one?
No, you do not.
I didn't think so.
You only have like 2 Muppet movies, and that's
I have like Muppet Manhattan, Muppets in Space, the original Muppets, and then the Muppet movie remake. Not remake, but like the later one with the same name. So actually, I have a couple.
So you need to add Muppet Treasure Island to that, Silver. Tim Curry really was it. He really was. I think the joke with Tim Curry, because he was in 2 Muppet movies. But the joke in Muppet Treasure Island is he said he just became a Muppet. Like in other movies he treated the Muppets like humans. In that one he treated himself like a Muppet. Or was the other way around? I can't remember. He's fun. Like, what Muppet movies? I'm trying to remember the other Muppet movie. I know he was in a different Muppet movie. Tim Curry. Muppets. They bring up Muppet Treasure Island. I could have sworn he was in something else, though.
No, he was saying Tim Curry really was it, and then he says, "No, he was it."
Oh, he was it. Yes, I thought like he was the real stuff. He was it. No, but yes, he was the original.
What is he from the 20s? Ah, Sonny, you really have it.
You have it. He was supposed to reprise the role in the new one.
He liked to clown around.
Then he got
no. The guy that did the role, I thought did it.
Yeah.
He was the right amount of creepy, but apparently he creeped himself out. Like doing that role gave him nightmares. But also having like a 70-year-old man like chasing kids around is a little bit weird.
I mean, with the makeup on, you probably couldn't tell.
Well, there's so much 3D in there too.
Yeah.
Promise you can.
And I think fans would have appreciated it, but it didn't work out. And if you know what happened, then he is doing his best now. I wonder if he's done anything recent. Like voiceover stuff.
Nothing like you. I can't fly.
You can. I promise you can.
Okay, now I gotta just scoot loose.
Promise you can.
Timothy James Curry.
Can.
I gotta be careful because I guess it doesn't matter if she's moving or not. Rainbow's position of the wing might affect how Scootaloo's going to be done here. But since they're going to be both working together, I have to make sure they're really synced up. And hello, Blank Avatar. Yeah, we're working on an anthology short.
Yes.
We just got a little bit left of Scootaloo, but we got most of it done. Well, for keyframing.
Ready for what?
To jump.
Wait, you can't be serious. I'm not gonna jump.
You can fly, just like me. You take a big deep breath.
Oh, he
step
actually did a
off,
live
your body
role
will just
recently.
do the rest, it'll just take over.
But I can't fly. I'll just fall right off of here and get
Hey, buddy. You're gonna love it. I promise.
nothing like you. I
I'm
can't
surprised by
fly.
that.
You can. I promise you can.
I mean, good for him.
Hello, Hot Rod. He was the voice of Palpatine in Star Wars: The Clone Wars. I could see him doing that, yeah.
Yeah. I think that was before the incident.
You really need to
though.
watch the boys. If you haven't watched it before, yeah, I recommend it quite a bit. I very much enjoyed it. I haven't caught the last season of it yet. I heard it wasn't as good as some of the previous ones, but I know it's kind of getting into, like, I think narrative wrap up, and it's getting darker than it was, but I don't know.
But no, he did a live role recently where he was the head of a sadistic. It's called Steam. It was the pilot. It was a pilot episode made where 4 sadistic killers are put in kind of like this B horror environment, and he's kind of like the head of the game. He's like the eccentric millionaire who's in a wheelchair, but he's it's good to see him doing a live role
Yes, you
again.
can.
Tim Curry's just one of those people that I think is a real gem of a person in his career.
He did Space.
Spice. And most people probably know him from Rocky Horror Picture Show.
The space thing is, the space quote isn't the funniest part. It's him like hyperventilating before and getting like prepared to say space.
He's trying so hard not to like
Lose his
smile
shit,
or laugh right before he does it. Because they talked about that whole thing and he did all his lines in like a single day. So, and they just let him go ham, and he did.
I promise you can.
Space. He was looking up at it like. It was good times.
Yeah.
You can.
Like everybody else in that game is taking their role really seriously. I think one other character in that role was played by George Takei. And it's all super serious, and there's just Tim Curry. He's like, this is gonna be fun.
I haven't seen The Boys, only the first episode, and one later on, one of the context, my friend was just watching it. Yeah, I feel like it's a series that the first episode isn't like, there's some episodes that aren't as great as others, but I've always had a problem with superhero stuff where they're unrealistic in how things work. Like if you have super strength or super whatever, like how it would look from like a normal person's perspective and how dangerous those people could be. And The Boys is great because it actually does try to represent that, and like has evil superheroes where like, or the superheroes in the entire series are not the good guys. And I like that perspective on things. I think it's just kind of neat. But it definitely is not for everybody, I guess. But I've enjoyed it, and plus,
It's a lot of commentary.
yeah, but the comedy that's written in there with it,
Yeah.
even if it's dark comedy, like very kind of like gross comedy sometimes, is actually pretty well written. The comedy is some of the best parts. But if you're not into that, like because it is, like, I think it's what in the first couple of minutes somebody gets exploded. Like if you're not into that, it's like I'm not really into that side of things either. But I like show that they're showing superheroes like that.
That's what the world of superheroes would be like. And,
Yeah.
and, like,
Well, kind of, because
reality.
in there it's like how the superheroes were formed and how that all came about. That's kind of the main story of it.
Yeah.
Where in anything else, like if it was at a Superman universe or something, it would be very different on how they would present that.
I've seen bits and pieces.
I want to catch the last season, but I don't remember where. Well, I kind of remember where it was last time I watched it, so I could probably kind of catch.
Is it on the Plex?
No, but it's. I have Prime. I have to have Prime
Yeah.
for stream archiving.
Yeah.
It is. They only archive your videos for 14 days without Prime, but they do it for 60 days with. And it is so hard for me to remember to go and transfer videos every 14 days. So, but I can usually do it every month. It used to be 30 days it would hold it. Now it's 60. So it's really nice.
I like that angle.
She's still saying.
She's like, oh,
And she got big ears too. I enjoyed what I saw,
Thanks.
and I'm super into superheroes. And I think both traditional stories and stories subverting it are both good to have. Oh no, I I loved Marvel up until Endgame. Well, a little past Endgame.
I liked Endgame.
But I liked Marvel was great, and I like some of those unrealistic bits of like things that just would not work in reality. Being able to imagine and be in that kind of world is great. But I also like that they go the other way around too and show the more realistic side of things. I like that we have both. So. She's so sad, Michael. You know why she's sad?
Yeah, she said,
Because she wants a cookie and she doesn't have a cookie.
I think you're trying to provoke people.
No.
There's no.
She getting the cookie.
It's what? No. The Derpy also get bigger cookie because he's better horse. I'm going to super cookie.
See, she's happy now.
He was like, I got cookie. She looks sad, but she's.
Because I can't actually modify it. But she's happy. She got a cookie now. Mm-hmm. She doesn't have any milk. But well, maybe that's why she's still sad, because she got the cookie, but Derpy stole the cookie.
Yeah, of course she did. She deserves it more.
Okay, you hold on, Michael.
None.
No, you told this horse.
No.
You told this horse that she doesn't deserve a
Derpy
cookie.
is in the way. I can't see the horse. No.
It's like Michael, why won't we go cookie?
Because Derpy needs them. That's why.
My mama was gonna give me a cookie, but then she left.
She left for cigarettes and didn't come back.
It's just like this all over again.
No.
Maybe I will just fly off the roof.
Wow, dark.
She looks like a puppet.
If I don't give her a cookie, she's gonna kill herself.
No, she said she's gonna fly.
That's emotional manipulation.
Yep.
Small horse getting away with crap. And I'm tiny horse. I'm tiny horse. He's tiny horse. Oh, man, we certainly do need more horse. If I check the news again, do you think it's gonna say G6 is coming? And it's gonna have more Scootaloo?
Mm-mm.
That's what we need. We need more Scootaloo. More Derpy, more Rainbow Dash. That's the one thing I hope they've learned, is that these are the characters that define the franchise at this point.
Did not move over as far as I wanted on the backside. I like Invincible, at least the first season, because it shows how hard it could be it is to be good, but without hurting the people you're trying to save. Yes, the Invincible is also kind of in that realm of trying to be a little more realistic. If it's superhero stuff is the DC animated shows, everything is connected to BTAS is the stuff I go crazy over. I don't think I've ever really watched. Well, I mean, some of the older original like Batman Beyond, Batman is Gargoyles DC.
It's made by the same animation studio that
Yeah, but that's,
Batman the
I don't
animated
think
series.
I don't think it's DC though.
No, it's just same studio did the animation for both.
Yeah.
It's Disney.
Yeah, I liked some of those older ones, but I haven't watched any of the more recent or anything.
Why? No, why do you gotta spread these rumors? Yeah, Gargoyles.
With Disney?
Disney. Just was the same animation studio that did both Batman the Animated Series and Gargoyles. And then that same studio did Batman all the way up through Batman Beyond. So it was kind of like an era.
Yeah, that you could definitely see. Well, but wasn't Batman and Batman Beyond supposed to be same universe?
Yeah.
I mean, not like same universe, but literally the show was like just like
It was supposed to be the later version.
which made sense for
it gets a little convoluted, but yeah.
Batman the Animated Series, Batman, Justice League Unlimited. Never watched Unlimited, but I have seen the other ones. I grew up with those, so that makes sense. And you got a ghost fact.
Another one. Here's your ghost fact. Ghosts are really good at hopscotch. You can't tell because you can't see their feet touch the ground because they're floating and stuff. But if you could see their feet, because ghosts do have feet, right? But they're so ghostly that their feet are even invisible. It looks like they're floating, but they're not. They're walking around with feet, and they're just super. They're like a next level ghost. Their feet and legs. So they're floating around. But if you could see their legs, you'd realize that they're hopscotch champions. And that is your ghost fact. Yeah. It's a pretty good one.
I like just reviewing your own content. Like, wow, 5 out of 5. I'd recommend again.
No, it's all true though. Every ghost fact, guaranteed 100% facts about ghosts. If you find proof otherwise,
They're 100%
wrong.
Michael facts.
No, ghost facts. Look at those good hooves.
It's the socks. You can't see the hooves, Michael.
No.
That's the one downside to being socks.
Yeah, it's a sacrifice, but it's one.
Welcome back, Mary Bear.
Yes. So much sucks.
Batman Beyond sequel based on Batman the Animated Series. Okay, yeah, I was pretty sure because I remember when that series first came out, and it was like, that's actually a cool idea. Like, I like the idea of you still have the old Batman, but then some like new start that's trying to come in. I like the dynamic on that. Plus, it was kind of just going on that like bit for a while that like for some reason teenagers had to be like super whatever, but the kids like who have an imagination, and that's great to be able to try to, I guess, kind of prey on. But
some of the story points in Batman Beyond was some of the best stuff ever written for DC.
no, it was really good.
Like the whole story where Bruce, like his final day as Batman, when he realized he had to hang up the cowl, as it were, was when he was just in a warehouse. He was trying to stop a group of just like punks, not super villains, not like dudes with laser rays, not the Joker, just some run of the mill punks. And they got the better of him. And he ended up grabbing one of their guns and pointing it at them to get them to back off, and he was able to subdue them. But in that moment when he had to resort to using a gun, he realized, I can't keep doing this. This is not who I want to be. This is not who I am.
It's the pony I want to be.
I like that episode so much. I like that episode so much. It's one of my favorites. Top 3
Of the ponies?
of the pony episodes.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like still. the other stuff.
No, the best story point to come out of Batman Beyond was the death of the Joker. Like, they've killed him a few times in DC, but that's probably my favorite one. Where he just really F's up the second Robin. I can't remember his name. No, it's the third Robin. It's Tim Drake that he really messes up. Like, Jeanette messes with his DNA and crap and turns him into a mini version of the Joker. And he ends up being the one to shoot the Joker in that moment. And he's still like laughing because he's all affected by like the chemicals in his system. But it like starts turning into tears.
Dark.
So it's very dark. He kills the Joker. He shoots him dead. Tim Drake does in that moment. And Bruce is just like horrified, but he can't do anything but grab Tim and kind of hold him. And then he has to go
probably the Joker has no reservations, so he removed the reservations but still has his morals. So like, or it's the idea of what right and wrong is. So he just said, well, screw it.
But it's kind of tied into Teen Titans, because I think that was the same studio, at least the original Teen Titans. And that Robin, I'm pretty sure, is Tim Drake. And they talk about how Tim had to go into years of therapy to undo the damage that was done to him by the Joker. I might be wrong about this, but
It was a while ago.
it was a while ago. I think the Robin in Teen Titans is Tim Drake.
In Tim Titans?
Tim Titans, just make it about him. Teen Titans.
I like Tim Titans.
Because there's been 4 Robins now. But like the whole part where he leaves Batman, because I think Batman didn't want him doing that stuff anymore after those events. And I think they kind of just worked it in. Could be wishful thinking on my part. But yeah, it would explain at least why he went off on his own. Tim Titans is the same, but everyone is Tim Curry. That's right. That Robin in Teen Titans is Dick. Really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Blank's gonna know a lot better than you would.
No, that's fine. I believe it.
Unless they made it where Tim becomes Nightwing in that show. Yeah. But it's some of that stuff. Unless you've watched him more recently,
Tim
rough to remember.
becomes Red Robin, which I think is hilarious because that's the name of a restaurant. I can't say.
Well, which
Red
came
Robin.
first?
I think the restaurant. Yum. Yes. So yeah, Dick Grayson became Nightwing. The second Robin, Jason Todd, became the Red Hood. And then Tim Drake became Red Robin. And then there's Damian, which is just the Robin Nepo baby, who's a little bit psychotic. He gets Batcow. Teen Titans is its own separate continuity, but wasn't the first, the original Teen Titans done by the same animation studio that did Batman Beyond and stuff?
Michael, she did the drugs.
No, she did all the drugs. That's why she thinks she can fly.
It was in the cookie.
You put it there. Why did you do this? I'm telling. I enjoyed the original Teen Titans series.
She's getting that cookie. She's very desperate.
She got that cookie. I do remember watching, I think it was one of the comics, where Jason Todd came across a Joker who had been reformed in a diner or something. Like the Joker had finally been reformed. Was trying to live a normal life. And Jason Todd walked into the bar and realized who he was, like in conversation, and killed him on the spot. Like, which was pretty sobering, because here's a man who had been reformed, but he was still kind of a monster.
Yeah.
Stabbed in the eye. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, a man being reformed, if they fully, actually, truly recognized evil that they did, from their from that side of things,
Yeah.
everything is done, because they've already went through and realized the horrible things. They probably went through a horrible time with that realization. But normally everything after that, of like any jail time or whatever, that is for the victims.
Yeah.
Because
And
if they're already fully redeemed and they have not just believed, but they have fully redeemed themselves to become a better person and no longer be the person they were, then in a way, there's no reason for them to be incarcerated or killed. But everything else is because they are, the victims require some kind of justice.
Yeah.
And that's, and that part of things scares people from wanting to do it themselves,
Yeah.
which the big thing. So, yeah.
I think in this version of the story, blank that I remember, is that Bruce Wayne had gotten on in years and had kind of stepped down from the role of Batman, and Dick Grayson had taken up the mantle of Batman, and the Joker is watching it on television, and he's like, that's not the normal Batman, that's some replacement. He's good, but it's not the same guy. And Jason Todd's sitting next to him. He's like, well, why did you say that? He's like, I can just tell. I know the guy pretty well. I can just tell. And he's like, and completely leads into the conversation where he realizes who he is. But so it was a interesting universe, because I don't think in the Batman Beyond universe, Dick Grayson ever took up the mantle of Batman. Though he is kind of the Robin who could very easily fit the role. Because he has the same, like, moralities and skill sets as Batman. Look at that horse, she's flying. I could just talk Batman crap all day. It's weird that I'm a nerd of other things. I think I'm just a nerd.
You just remember a lot of weird shit.
I remember nerdy shit. I like lore. I remember nerd lore. I've been talking about Star Trek and Batman and Marvel crap. But you know what? I want to talk about this horse. Because she's cute and she's flying. Look at her go. I hope she does it. I believe in her.
I'm not going to get to the landing. I'm probably not going to even bother with doing the landing side of things for right now. Like even now, I'll probably start working on getting shots finished.
No, and I did watch I've only seen clips with Damian. I did see when Damian ran into Dick Grayson. Dick Grayson was Nightwing, and he ran into Damian, and Damian's like, don't get in my way, I'm doing shit. And Dick just kind of looks at him like, no, I don't know what your deal is, but I'm stopping you. And like Damian gives him a handful, but Dick does manage to subdue him, much to Damian's surprise and frustration. He not without a few cuts and bruises though. But Dick Grayson's was trying to subdue Damian, where Damian was just trying to kill Dick. So Dick Grayson definitely had the harder fight.
Thank you for the follow, Blink. Universe is only one, two Robins, and either of them became Batman. See, now I just getting some weird lore. Then there was the one Batman, but then there was two Batmans, but there was two Robins, and then there was three Batmans, but then one Batman.
Do they never bring up, because I know Tim Drake's the one who became
I don't know what I'm talking
the semi-Joker. Did they never bring up Jason Todd in Batman Beyond? I mean, Jason Todd was kind of the black sheep of the Robin family. Seeing as he kind of went on a couple murder sprees. Look at that horse. He's so good at flying.
No, I don't think so.
Jason Todd was never in Beyond. Okay. Maybe they just never brought him up, but it's hard to think he wasn't, like, in somebody's mind. He's pretty pivotal, Robin.
Actually, this is pretty slow for that motion. She would actually be
I think
more
he
like
was dead in Batman Beyond.
this.
That wouldn't surprise me. Just Grayson and Drake, and Damien wasn't a thing yet, so. It's just, she just gets yeeted, like, you know.
It's kind of the idea.
You know.
What was your phone?
No, I found didn't do nothing.
Yeah, your phone buzzed.
Did it?
Had to have, because I don't have anything. And you wouldn't even know because you're just like
Oh,
full
it's John.
of other things. Cheers, go.
John is busy tomorrow.
Oh, well, that doesn't matter. Because you're busy tomorrow, too. Did you let them know about the thing?
Yes, just now.
Not the hours beforehand?
No. Ain't booze. I drank all mine.
Who's that? Hot Rod, cheers.
Gotta hydrate as well. Freaking scope making you drink water.
Water's good.
Oh. Water's for plebs. I said it. Yeah. Barbara took over her dad's job. Became the new commissioner. I mean, you could argue Barbara continued to, just in her own way.
I promise you can.
I kind of like having a cutoff like right here.
Mm-hmm.
Does ever go? Wait, with this. Oh, it's not
Fall
even.
right
No,
off.
You fly.
sorry, even before like closer to here. It just cuts off like. She's you hear the scream and the starting to fall, but not hit.
I like superposition scootaloo.
That was Gilly Wi-Fi. I did 40 seconds of animation day. That's a lot.
Boy, yeah.
I'm doing a 40-second animation and it's been like 3 weeks. Well, only working on it like 7 hours a week, but we got all the lip syncing and all the keyframing done. Actually, not for the last one, but that one's a little different. It's a little hard to keyframe people like doing physics through the sky. I'm not too worried on doing that one right now. So everything else is done for keyframing.
Ready for what?
To jump.
Wait, you can't be serious. I'm not gonna jump.
You can fly, just like me. You take a
Well, it's
big, deep
hard not
breath,
to have
step off,
Dick Grayson around even in
and the
mention,
rest, it'll just take over.
because he was the
I
Robin.
can't fly. I'll just fall right off of here. and get
Hey, buddy, you're gonna love it. I promise.
Nothing like you. I can't fly.
You can. I promise you can.
Then she flies. She did.
It is funny. What do we got time? 10 minutes here, so probably not too much for immersion in. One thing I did want to do with the lighting, what I'm probably going to do is see if I can just do a flat light for everything in this shot. So I think Let's see, that's shadow. Well, one being shadowed is fine. Disable. What is this doing? Oh, that's the back one, isn't it? No, that's, yeah, that's the filler. And then these are just those. Okay. So what I think would actually be better is just trying to light everything as evenly as possible instead of trying to make like something bright. So let's go dumb this down to like there. Which of these is the underlight? That's the underlight.
Oh, that's right. I know what John's doing. I know why he's
Thank you
busy.
for the follow, Tuishi101. Thank you very much. What's, oh, John's got, you know what John's doing?
Yeah,
Nifty.
he's hiking in a mountain.
Oh yeah, he's not even in Minnesota.
Nope.
Good thing he let you know well ahead of time.
He kind of did. I just didn't know when it was.
Which is hitting the hooves? It's that one.
Don't talk about hooves. They should touch hooves.
No, so this is a little better now that it's just flatly lit, but these hooves are still very bright, and it's mainly that one. No, I'm thinking, yeah, that one's also a part of it, but that is basically evening it out. Let me see, you know, what I should do is not just do this like stupid whatever's I'm doing. I should just do, I'm gonna get rid of this one. This do. So this is the one light, and I just need to do 3-point because that's usually going to cover everything. If I get rid of the shadows, I don't think I really need shadows, but we'll see. Yeah, probably I'll leave a little on for the one. This is going to be a sun background filler one.
DC's weird.
Okay, so it's keep going around until it's not being overly bright on any part, but I can probably just dumb down the brightness too. Okay, so that's not bad, but I still like that shadow underneath her head or her face is the rough part. That looks better, but this could be because these lights are maybe too high of an angle. Let me dumb this down. What if I did this?
Juice box derby. Drink that juice box. Don't eat it. Oh. Never
She ate it.
listens. Never listens. That horse.
I thought you didn't want her to listen. You know, it looks like there's a lack of some time to sun, but actually if I get everything evenly lit, I can probably use just much closer lights to try to keep it off the legs. That might actually work better. If we do, because right now this is with no light from behind, so they're probably kind of yeah, they're kind of dark from that side. So let's get another copy of that one. That's why it's 3-point. You can't do lighting with one light or with two lights without having something be dark. If you go perfectly 180 from each other, you're just going to get a really dark line along the edge. Just lights move very slow unless you like it zoom way out. Okay. There we go. It is getting a little bit of like the seams that you can see there, but I'm wondering if I do put up the radius on these, It probably would get rid of some of it, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. Now I'm just going to load in a closer light. Can I make this one look pretty decent? Like from a shadow perspective. Oh, I guess that is the reason that I have the shadows so far away, though, or the light so far away. Shadows don't look very good if you don't put the light super far away. But in terms of just adding at least light coming from a direction, that's not too bad. It's still going to blow her out a little bit there. Or we'll just do the rim. This is going to block out Scoots a bit.
What? How dare?
It's just the nature of... Oh, actually, it's just because I'm too far away. There we go. Yeah, doing it at the edge there looks a bit better in terms of like having the brighter light on the edge. Like that looks a bit better. I'd probably go a little brighter. And it could be that there's just... I think maybe the Fong on there is just weirdly on how it's like. I'm not sure. I could always try copying the Fong from the old models because like Scoots isn't exploding into weird brightness, but Rainbow is. So I think Rainbow's, if I had to take a guess, the Fong is probably leaning towards the shiny instead of matte. So it's the 3 numbered value is just a little bit more in one direction than another, and that might be what's causing that, because that'll give it a little bit of a shiny look, like they're wet or metallic, which is fine for some things, but I think for this it's not what I'm really looking for. But I think that helps a lot, and then all I would need to do is just add, so this will be extra rim light 1. Then let's grab one of these sun lights. This is going to be volumetric 1. There we go. And we're just going to go over here, turn down the brightness, turn up the volumetrics.
I think you're the first person to call Rainbow Dash bright.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Horse shade. Which is exactly what you're trying to get rid of. Having this spirit ball hurtling towards the planet.
No, it's about creating some sun, something coming from that direction to imply brightness. So now doing this, because without this, they feel out of place. Like the light doesn't feel like it fits. But if you do this, now they fit. Now the light actually makes sense and it works. It's one of the things like I thought was really interesting in documentaries, that they'll have the light set up when person talking in their house, but they'll try to put these special like rim lighting on, but they'll often put like a light in the background, like a lamp. It'll be super far away. There's no way that light's hitting them, but without it, it makes the way they did the lighting in the rim feel like they're like green screen separated. And by putting that light in the background, it gives the eye something to attach to and be like, that's where that light's coming from, even though it isn't, and it makes it more realistic and stuff. So it's not about lighting your characters correctly. It's also about making sure that something is showing where that light is coming from. Otherwise, with one or the other, doesn't work. So this, by putting that little bit in the corner, works. I'll definitely need to probably do their eye lights like I normally do, because these are really dim, but that's not too bad. I can worry about that later. But I'm happy with this. This is decent lighting. Scoots is just, I might have to flatten out the lights a little bit, because I can just mean that you can kind of see some of those like edges and stuff.
Those are her pecs.
She got her 2-pack.
No.
But But I'm thinking with like radius like rounds out some of those corners. I think that would help a lot too. I think none of these are shadowed, which the only thing I have a problem with it with a shadow light is I don't think we have any views up like where we see their hooves on the ground, right?
Or silhouette horses.
No, I don't. We don't see them on the ground, which means I have nothing to worry about with shadows on the ground. But technically, with the light coming from behind, you would think that if their head moves, you'd see their shadow cast a little bit from their neck. So I might have to play around with that a little bit. But this is the only one that technically you would be able to see a shadow. But if I really needed to, you don't even need to do a shadow of Scootaloo. You could just do a negative light that moves across the ground and lands where she is. A lot of cartoons just put round shadows underneath the characters. Horse did it. And at that point, it would look like a shadow, but you wouldn't see the shadow. At least it makes something. Without that, it would look weird again. Anyway.
You ready?
Well, yeah. By lighting the eyes, I mean, if you shine a really bright light right in the center of the eye there, you can kind of make it look like the light's refracting neatly, and it looks a lot better. Right now, it's just like their eyes are very dark, and I could light them in general, like fully, but then it makes the white of the eye bright, and it'll start causing, it'll look like that a little bit in the eyes, or you'll get the bloom. I don't want bloom, so.
No apple bloom.
One thing I'm going to do quick on this volumetric, I need to make sure it's as tight as possible. Okay, so now it's too bright. You want your volumetrics to be as tight of min and max as possible, or you get banding. You can kind of see a little bit of the layers there, but the larger you spread it out into like this, it'll start increasing the size of those bands and get pretty annoyingly large. Rainbow's hair is kind of really going crazy right now.
She's fine. She woke up. She just woke up.
There. Okay, well, we're gonna be done for today. We're past our time, and we got everything. No more lip syncing.
And the best part is,
thank God,
still flies at the end.
Because you broke her.
Zoom.
This one you see the shadows are on.
Just taking off the space. She's like, oh.
I'll figure that one out later. All right, Michael broke it.
Only little.
Let's see. Hold on.
A pony.
Space!
The best part is just him like.
It doesn't get old. All right. Who's on right now? We got Minsox is on. Playing Rune Factory. What? Guardians of Azuma.
There's no pony.
We haven't done Minsox in a bit. That I can think of.
You're not a pony.
But look at it. Got ear that is, I think, stuck. One of their models got it stuck. Oh, I think I know this game because it's basically like what you call it?
Anime.
No, it's like Tears of the Kingdom or whatever. Quite about like it. Anyways, we haven't done Minsox in a while, so we never say I have Minsox.
You know, I'm looking forward to the video you do after this one.
Which is that?
Smooshing time.
Oh yeah, well we'll probably start that before we finish this one. I'm on a roll with this one, so I kind of like just trying to stick on it.
But it's smooching time. Yeah, no, we're gonna go watch the anime girls beat up sheep.
Yes, kill them sheep. Thank you, Blank Avatar and Tubishi01 for the follows, and thank you to Nellen and Scope for the resubs.
Scopity scope. Keep your mouth clean.
Yeah, bye-bye, married. Bye-bye, Charger.
Bye-bye. Goodbye, little wavy horse.
But yeah, we'll be back on Sunday to play some more Psychonauts.
What? You're not done with that game yet?
It's only been one full stream. We've done it. We're 6 hours in the game.
Only been one tiny pony so far.
But yeah, there was a pony.
Yeah, he rode it. He rode it away from the circus, and then he lost it. Like, what did he used it to run away from the circus? But where did he put it? Where's that tiny horse?
Don't ask.
Oh no.
Yay. All right, we'll see you all on Sunday. Stay cool. It seems like it's warm everywhere, so at least in the United States. And have a good one. Bye bye.
Don't burn.
Unless you want to.
I'm gonna burn.